Yo, chat, what's good? FNCS is here, boys.
Never back down, never what?
FNCS, boys.
Give up.
Never back down, never what?
Never
Y'all ready
give
for
up.
some FNCS, boys?
Let's go!
Chat, who's winning? PETERBOT or CLIX today? Who's winning game one? Bum, bum, bum. Hold on, chat. I'm gonna make a poll. I'm gonna make a poll for who wins game one. Chat, we got to represent. Chat, we got to represent. We're representing the winner. We're literally representing the winner. Let's go, boys. Let's get Legends Landing pulled up. Legends never die when the world is coming to you. Legends never die. Am I cooking? Hold on, chat. Let me get this. Legend die. Alright, chat. I'm gonna make a poll. Alright. Who wins game one? CLIX, PETERBOT, Yamso, other. Chat, Booga is included in other, by the way. Yeah, I have CLIX winning. Yo, PETERBOT is literally in Faxity's stream right now. Chat, we're hopping in, and we're playing FORTNITE, boys. Chat, I got a new SSD today. External SSD. This is goated. It's very tiny, 128 gigabytes. Yo, turn off the music, bro. Bro, we're not always ruining stuff with music. Yo. The music not turning off. Yo, it's a part of the gameplay. It's literally a part of the gameplay. Are we? Ain't no way. It's literally a part of it. Oh my gosh, it's literally a part of it. It's literally a part of it. Adjust the volume of sound effects. Bro, I want sound effects though. Like now you literally can't hear anything. Bro, are we actually serious? This better not be copyright, man. Grab some of this. Oh yeah, this song stuff. This song stuff. Chat, let's go get some FNCS. But if I want to be on, I want to be on a team by myself. Not gonna lie. Chat, we ready to watch some FNCS? First game in 1 minute. 1 minute is the first game, bro. I swear it starts at 4. Oh, I'm not allowed over there. Oh, I have to go down. My bad. I have FORTNITE. Chat, how do I get? Oh, right, through this way. Chapter 1 Season X. CLIX is not on any of this. Chat, which one did Mongrel win? Azures, Acorn, and Polio. That is just some masterclass right there. Oh, I won't let you go. Actually, I might actually want some of this. Never mind. Oh, and a grappler. I'm gonna want that. I'm gonna want a grappler. What's up, Mr. Among Us? Chat's about to start. Chat, do I take 2 heals or do I take 2 mobility items? It's a very hard choice. Who did you choose? Both at CLIX, both at CLIX. Very reasonable right there. Very reasonable. I just needed to vote for CLIX too. Yo! This is about to be crazy tough. Bum 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 ba da dum bum bum ba dum bum 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 ba da dum bum bum ba dum bum bum ba dum bum ba dum bum bum. Chat, how do I grab ammo, bro? There's literally no ammo. Oh, okay.
To heat number 3. I'm in the zone.
Chat, let's watch the first part.
There's a lot of things happening today.
Let's watch the first part, chat.
Big names showing up in the lobby who are going to be competing for a spot in next week's finals. We'll get to that in a moment. First, just real quick, I heard some of y'all were talking about my hair. Chill, guys. I'm just growing it out. I want to look nice for globals, okay? Cut me some slack. Let's get our analysts in here real fast, okay? It's Kelly, it's Vivid, your best friends.
Oh my gosh.
Look at their shining faces. They are excited.
Any else here? My
Kelly,
mod.
this is a pretty
Chat,
big
FNCS is starting. We're gonna go play after the intro starts.
Vivid's been breaking down the heat numbers, and we're going to be doing that as well in just a second. But I mean, from what we got to see
Why can't I? Oh, there we go. Wait,
the
hold up.
drama unfolding, and now
Oh my gosh, chat.
We have a little bit more drama coming to our viewers' way. Vivid, I am
Chat,
so excited.
PETERBOT versus
We've already
CLIX.
had 30 teams that have punched their way into the grand finals next
PETERBOT
week, and now
versus
we're gonna
CLIX,
find
chat. This is gonna be
15
crazy.
more. Whew, can't wait.
W stream W.
Yeah, I know when Heats and play-ins finally.
This is gonna be crazy, chat.
Kind of determined. All eyes were kind of set on Heat number 3, and because of like some rescheduling.
This is, by the way, the hardest heat, chat. So this is gonna be the most interesting heat out of all of them.
A weekend going from Heat 1 to Heat 2 to Heat 3 Friday.
I feel like
Saturday,
CLIX
and
some
Sunday.
reason.
Our weekend
Yeah,
has
it's
been filled
CLIX
with
is either gonna win
entertainment,
game
and
number
I
1 or he's gonna
cannot
purposely
wait
sell.
to round
Because he
out
said
here
that
with
it
Heat number
depends on
3 and
how
all
he
of the
feels.
drama. Like
But he
Kelly
said if he
mentioned.
feels like he
Oh,
wants to
man.
win,
We'll
he'll
run
win
back
game
into
number 1.
just
But
a
if he
little
wants
bit.
more
First, we
practice,
kinda
he'll
wanted to
just
highlight this
sell
thing
game
now
number
live.
1 and sell all the other games.
Height is
So he can get more
path to victory,
practice.
right? Height is a way to secure a VR and make it through to the
Yep.
finals. We have
CLIX is gonna
only
go for
5
height.
games to
That's
do
literally
it.
what he said.
Or Kelly, they're looking to fight their way through the LCQ. So, you know, what's the strategy here going into today?
This is gonna be
So I
tough.
think because it's heats, you actually can't really go into it with a solid strategy. You kind of have to play on the fly. But
Yep, Bucky and Zen won
played this
the
clinically,
first thing.
as we love to say here. They saw that high ground was kind of a little bit distracted, especially with the zone moving away from them. So they used
Chat,
the
we're
launch
gonna wait
up
until
into
game
the
number
air,
1
get the
starts, and then we're gonna
elimination,
go
and then they were
play,
able to
get some
hold that
action
high
in
ground
while watching it
until
at the
the
same
very
time.
end. And you can see Bucky was prepared for that win condition of the heal off. Being able to hold high ground from zone 9 definitely helped, but sometimes not everything's going your way. Much like Mako and Blanks here, they literally were taking storm damage by zone 9. They were low on mats, but you know what they did, Vivid, which sometimes people don't do on during heats, is to look up. Sometimes during heats, for whatever reason, our teams do not like to look up,
Okay.
and literally during that game, no one was on height. And so all Mako and Blanks had
Chat,
to do was see,
who do we
oh,
think's winning?
there's no one up there.
Everyone
And they
vote.
were
Everyone
able
vote
to
on the poll.
play that well. They
4 people in
literally
here. We
were
need
taking
y'all to
storm
all to vote
damage,
on the poll,
but
chat.
being able to observe, see what's going on around you, and use that to your advantage is such a big part in heats.
Who do y'all think's
just
gonna win
because
game number
of
1?
How unpredictable it is.
Exactly, it's one of those things on NA right now. It kind of looks like we're searching for a little bit of height identity, and we keep talking about all the drama.
Chat, can y'all hear it good?
that's
Shut up
going
or it
on
up?
today. I feel like there's a couple of teams in Heat number 3, who will definitely be going up there on the high ground and having
Yeah, I uploaded it
secured
up for y'all.
from game to game. We'll have to see how it kind of pans out, but we're in a win-based format right now, Kelly, right? And high ground is just that position that everybody loves to win games from. So sometimes these teams are like, oh, surely there's somebody up on the high ground. Surely
Chat,
they're
I almost
healthy up
got
there,
a
because
new free skin
why
too.
wouldn't somebody be up there? That's where you want to be to win the game. So, you know, sometimes you get faked out, and yeah, you just gotta walk
Chat, I
on
almost
out.
got a new free skin.
That's tough.
I
Well,
got to go,
today
guys.
is the
Bye.
day that we need to make sure we are looking
Bye-bye.
up, right? Again, we don't want to take
got
it
to
to
go, gang.
LCQ. We want to try and qualify
Oh,
here
you're
and
about
now.
that life,
Now,
man.
before we talk about some of the players we'll be seeing in the
Alright,
lobby,
bro,
why don't we
see
go meet up
Yo,
with
why
our
is it
casters,
trios?
MDF and Jacob, and
Just
get
not
their
realized.
thoughts
Why is
on
it
E3.
trios?
Yeah, look, we're flying through the weekend. It honestly, literally blasting. Heat 1's over, Heat 2's over. They were both super
Heat 1, Heat
exciting.
2's over,
Heat 2,
like-
especially yesterday. Jacob was so much fun, but today, you know, we know who we're gonna be talking about, right? The big dogs, obviously the CLIXs, the PETERBOTs. Now we got Booga here.
Yeah.
Oh
let's go
my
back
gosh,
to
chat,
the
they're hating
OG
on
days,
Booga.
The World Cup champion Booga
Yo,
paired
Booga.
together with Craze this weekend. And
Booga's
even
literally
though
landing
today,
over
you
there.
see they are uncontested south side of Battlewood Boulevard. Getting here, that was not the case. They were
Booga.
regular contested,
Let's go,
triple
Booga.
contested, quad contested, proving that Booga's new resurgence to his dedication, his passion of Fortnite is truly here. Moving in with CLIX. Guy has not seen the light of day, going to show how much time he is putting in this game.
Booga's
Booga.
really interesting. He manages to
And
stay
your
so
World Cup
consistent
champion.
year in, year out. And then he picks up young
Booga.
teammates all the time. You know, the last throw we
Chat,
would
what
say
if
was
he
when
actually
was
wins
paired up with
the first
Oya,
game,
but, you know,
chat?
the
Do y'all
pressure
think the
was on
announcers are
him.
gonna do that?
Oya was young back then. Craze is almost in that
Chat,
same situation.
if
where
Booga
now
wins a game, y'all
he's
think the announcer's
underdog,
gonna
he's
go,
the new guy
"You're a
going to step up
Fortnite
to
Heats
fill in
champion."
Pretty big shoes, we must say, right? Playing in the shadow.
Booga.
That is, of course, Booga, one of the highest, most earned, most accoladed
Chat, why does
players
the screen
in
look
the
so
Fortnite
bad?
space. Jacob, how do you think he's gonna hold up?
I think he's going to hold up well. Craze has played so phenomenally at the beginning of the year. We just got to see if the Lion does return.
Oh
right,
my
team?
gosh, they're talking about the line.
You know, ask and you shall receive, Jacob PR. You want to hear what a line sounds like? Nope. See, I'm not going to do it.
Chat, we're not
Keep
ending
you guys
until
on your
Heats
toes.
are over.
Thought- Nope, I'm not me.
We're,
Not me.
we're probably gonna
You
have
did,
dinner
you did.
through
Nice
Heats.
try, nice try.
Actually,
Okay,
Heats will probably
let's
end by
take a
like
look
6.
at the lobby itself, right? So we
Twitch
did
will
this
be
in the
live
first
after
two
Heats,
heats. We
or after he
broke
wins the
down
game.
some of the stats of the duos we saw in the lobby. So as we start to
We'll
kind
stay
of
in,
bring up
we're
some of these
basically gonna
numbers,
be in here the whole entire
interesting,
time.
is some of these numbers are kind of crazy, right?
Oh
You
my
know, we look at
gosh.
appearances, right?
13
Heat 1,
FNCS titles,
239, Heat 2
3
yesterday,
FNCS
308.
winners,
Now we look at 278. So break some of these
Div
numbers
Cup wins
down for
5,
us.
FNCS
we
finals
talked already
272.
throughout
Oh
the
my
last few
gosh.
days just how these heats have kind of balanced out. Yesterday was definitely the veteran, like we like to call it, of our heats, where they did have
This is
more
the-
FNCS finals appearances. But Vivid, to me, there's a
This
few other
is-
numbers that are sticking out. Although we have less finals appearances, there definitely seems to be something standing out.
This
I mean,
is the
fact that
most
we have
like stacked thing of all
13
time.
Total FNCS wins shared amongst only 3 players. That, of course, is going to be PETERBOT and Pollo, and then who Jacob and MDF just talked about, Booga. And I gotta say,
Booga
I
has
gotta
an
share
FNCS
that
win before CLIX
excitement
chat,
there
by the way.
for Booga. Man, I really hope we see him start to pop off here in this FNCS starting today and then leading into
Chat,
grand
Booga's
finals.
been
It
playing
would be
Fortnite
awesome
for
to see,
so
but
long,
we know
and
how
CLIX,
stacked the
it's
lobby
actually
is,
crazy.
Man, I'm excited to get into the action.
Never count out Booga. Never. Don't do it. Don't do it. Let's take a look at this live list, okay? Let's just take a look.
All right, let's look.
First page. Vivid
So,
spoiled some of those. So did
ooh,
MDF and Jacob,
Ishu,
but don't
Noah
worry, let's
W
just look at
Plays
this
made
first
it.
Page, right? Take in some of these names right now. Let's look at that top left. Isho. and
Oliver OG
Dolzer.
made it
Coming
too.
into today, we need a victory royale
Tiger
or
Woods,
to end in consistency in
Aviv.
the top 10. What can we expect from this duo?
I think between Dolzer and Isho, they're going to be landing Dark Dominion, which is not where they've been typically landing, but I do think they're going to have definitely a fine time over here. They've been playing together since the start of the chapter, but if
Chat,
you
this is a
actually look
crazy
at their
team
Div
in
Cup
like a
performances,
small
they've gotten
org,
a
by the way.
third and a fifth.
Like these
Out of
people
those
are in a small org
performances,
and they're like
they have
absolutely
not
crazy.
been able to claim a victory royale just yet, but I do not think that that spells anything negative for this duo. They definitely play more consistently. They play kind of more to the low and mid ground, although we are seeing right here that if the position kind of opens up itself, that they will go for high ground. So although we might not see a win out of them, Vivid, I can definitely expect a top 10 performance.
I actually think it's going to be the exact opposite, Kelly. I think this team's going to get a win. They look at the stats from the play-ins. They got 6 wins throughout those play-ins. I mean, I know it's a little bit
6
different,
wins
right,
over the
how
play-ins,
those lobbies
chat.
kind of
That
stack
is-
up against one
that is
another,
something
but
else.
this was the team that actually picked up the most wins throughout the play-ins, right? So coming into the heats, I feel like this should be a team that is going to be able to pick up one of those wins, but I
I'd
mean,
like
the
to see it.
experience
I'd like to
maybe
see it.
not so much there for them, right? Only a total of 7 FNCS finals appearances amongst the 2 combined. So maybe, yeah, maybe the pressure will get to them. They won't win a game, but coming out of the play-ins, they look good.
All right, okay. This is maybe
I
a little
hope
bit of a
that they
different
do good.
situation, though, right? For both of you, this is a heat.
Bro, can
right?
game
So
1 start?
play-ins is like
Jeez
a
Louise.
level 1, and then we go to heats. That's another tier up, right? So they're going up against some other big names, like as we bring up that lobby list, Iamzo and Josh.
Oh,
I mean, come
Yamzo
on,
and Josh
so
Riley.
freaking legend paired up with Josh. Do we expect something, you know, if Vivid expects, if VR from the last team, Kelly expects consistency, where do we line up on this duo?
Oh, they're
they
going
choose
for
that
the
one
win,
clip?
100%. They
Oh,
got
bro,
Frigid
why'd they choose that one
Fortress,
clip for him,
They have
bro?
it uncontested, and honestly, they have looked so good throughout the chapter. Besides a little bit of issues that they've had with their drop spot, which has been resolved a while ago, Iamzo and Josh are just so dominant on the low ground. They are so aggressive.
They're just-
and then, of course,
they
when it
glaze every
does
single pro, bro.
come down to those win conditions,
Let's get to
Iamzo
CLIX
is
and
such
PETERBOT.
a smart player. He has no problem being able to control high ground, and look at the plays that he is able to
That was
pull
actually
out
a good play.
Vivid. He can punish some of the opponents
I
that
just
he
got a
sees
double
on the map.
elimination.
Yeah, I mean, just one of the
Yeah, that's
smartest
tough.
players we have on the reason there. And I feel like we're starting to see a little bit of a trend being set here in the FNCS. Iamzo, kind of like that vetted player.
Chat,
Picking
we
up
got
Joshua,
Iamzo.
yeah,
We got
a little bit
Iamzo winning
newer
the
to
game.
the scene, right? That young gun who's going to be pretty mechanical. We already talked about a duo earlier on, Booga and Craze. It's kind of following that same formula, and I'm excited to see if it actually pays off right here.
You know, they were talking about a new era of Fortnite over in EU. I'm wondering, are we seeing the same thing in over in NA? I don't know. What I can count on is one thing as we bring up this lobby list. It's cheese. It's the big cheese of Vive paired up with yet another
Cheese of
king.
Vive and
No, it's not the
Kingaling?
Brazil king,
Yeah.
but it is still a Slayer in
Bro,
the
Kingaling
same
was
ways.
absolutely
I
destroying
mean, Kelly,
CLIX
talk to
and
me about
Zoneverse.
this duo.
That was crazy. I was watching it.
I mean, just how it was so confusing for a lot of us to say that this wasn't the Brazilian king, just because of how good King Aling has been looking, especially partnered up with Aviv. I mean, Vivid, you
Ron,
were
chat, I'm
just
gonna go
talking
join this
about it.
team.
These kind of veteran players, such as Aviv, joining up with a newer player like King Aling, who has only had what 2 or
What
3
team, what team?
appearances in an FNCS final. So
EG.
once again, just so
Gotcha.
smart,
Oh,
kind of
man.
understanding what
I don't
you
want to
need
join that team, bro.
be able to fill out your roster a little bit for Aviv, and with a Kingaling, a fragger like that, Aviv
Why do they have
just
3
picked
people on the
such
team,
a
bro?
great
That's
duo,
not fair.
and I think that they're going to have such a good time in the grand finals.
All right,
We're
so
going
you can
all the
watch
way up,
these
chat.
duos. They look good statistically. They look good on paper. They look good in some of the games, but lead us into the drama. Where's the drama at on NA right now?
Okay, let's take a look at this lobby list. You guys looked at that first list. You're like, man, this looks pretty stacked. That's crazy.
All
Let's
right.
turn on over to page number 2. PETERBOT versus CLIX.
PETERBOT versus
Happening
CLIX, chat.
early. I can't believe somehow we found ourselves in a situation,
the
Kelly,
weirdest photos,
where
bro.
2 of the, we had a rivalry season going
2
on,
games.
and
I mean,
thought, oh
3
man,
minutes
that's
until
crazy.
game 1.
Foundation versus Ice King. Just kidding. Maybe it should be CLIX versus PETERBOT. I mean, these
Oh.
guys' story goes back so far, and now we're kind of getting a little sneak peek of finals here. in
Oh,
E3.
Polo. Oh, Polo
Hey,
has
there's
aura.
this
I don't know
episode
why.
of Dragon Ball Z where Vegeta and Goku are in the world's
Higgs.
strongest band competition, and they face each other in the first round
Oh.
of 32. And Krillin says, "This is like having the last round
Higgs
first."
got that.
And I kind of feel like we're getting a little bit of a taste of that right now.
Oh,
between
CLIX is
PETERBOT and
mogging him,
CLIX.
bro.
And you know, if you go
Oh,
back and you
FNCS
look at
titles,
the
though.
lineage, if you look at the numbers here, there's a FNCS titles obviously goes
Social
to
media
the way
followers.
of PETERBOT.
He mogs, but
For me, Vivid, it is not looking at the comparisons. It is looking at the growth, the climb that we have seen from CLIX and Higgs. And for now, I think that this is the closest
What?
that we have ever seen
with the
CLIX
FNCS
and
titles.
Higgs be able to take on
Getting mogged
the
a little bit.
juggernauts of PETERBOT and Poyo.
Yeah, obviously, there's a lot of talking around the town about,
Getting a little mogged.
these guys going head to head. They're in calls. They're always talking about each other and everything like that. But in game, like Kelly is kind of pointed out, yeah, that skill disparity right now feels pretty close. And even sometimes in the way that they play the game, PETERBOT and Poyo, we know exactly what their plan is going to be in the end game. They have been height kings on NA
What's up,
in
Slogo?
the world for as long as
Peterbot
I can
and
possibly
Polo.
remember.
Game starts in a
But take
minute
look at
30.
some of the CLIX and HEATS games and how they've played out some of the tournaments, some of the scrim games. I feel like they.
Try to
as
make
a
it
duo
Fortnite checker
also
open
are
so I
gonna be
can
interested
see
in
who
going for the
actually
high ground,
wins
or at least
before it
they've been
actually happens.
practicing
But
it,
no
right?
spoilers,
They know
guys.
the
No spoilers.
plays. They find the synergy to go ahead and go up and secure the high ground. The only question that I have is, right, they know they're going to be in the same heat as Peterbot and Pleo. The
Let's
ones
see who
that are
died
going to be
first.
up on the high ground for sure are CLIX and
Oh
HIGS
my gosh,
gonna
no way
have
that
the
they died very
confidence
first.
to put all of that practice into
What?
fruition.
43rd place and they
know
died
who is
first?
gonna
There's
be
no
on
way.
the opposing side up on the high ground.
Since half the teams
That
didn't
to
get in.
me is
No
the
way.
big question that I will answer today, and you know, I wouldn't be mad if
Oh,
this was able to happen.
Slogo,
over the
you
course of
put
all
Peterbot
5
winning
games.
game
Neither of
number
these
1?
teams won a game,
How
but
dare you.
you know, of course, they were secure
How
on
dare
that
you.
leaderboard. I would love to see it happen all 5 times.
Okay, I like that. Obviously, we're gonna ham up the rivalry between them. I think at the end of the day, they are still, you know, they're good friends. If you're tapped into the big Bretta Faxity, you know, he kind of called out himself
Facts.
at the end of their one tournament. They kind of came together and like, hey, look, it's all good, man. It didn't work out, but look, respect, right? So we're excited to see so many big names fight it out here in heat number 3. It could go any which
They
way.
talk about
but
Faxity in
a big
every single
word,
heat, bro.
the battle bus is ready. So Fortnite fan, buckle up. Heat 1 or game 1 of heat 3. There it is. Starts now.
It's been
Starting
a wild
chat.
ride just to get to this point already, Monster. From Heat 1, Heat 2, 30 teams have already punched their ticket to
This is Battle
finals
Heat 2.
today. We got 5 more games, 15 more spots, and you want to make it in here because LCQ just gets so much harder.
Yeah, it's gonna be a short break, a
All right,
day
chat,
off,
we're gonna
and
watch
then
the off
straight
spawns,
into
and
the
then once it gets
LCQ,
to
so
like
there's
early
no
mid game,
rest
we're going
for
down
the
there and
week.
fighting until
This
in
is gonna
game.
be a very close competition here today. I mean, you're looking at the duos that we're jumping on in. We really get to round out the story now for NA here.
Yeah, especially since if you look at Heat 1, a lot of our big names chose to play through consistency. That way they got that extra practice. Heat 2,
Yep.
we saw a lot of our superstar names win games early, get the rest of the day off. It's only imagine what we're going to see here because
Yeah,
we
I
got
wonder.
Peterbot
I
and
actually wonder
Propoyo
what CLIX and
contested
Peterbot
drop.
are
If
gonna
they
choose.
win game
Any
1,
Yamso.
who knows? Teams
I wonder if they're
probably
gonna
could
choose,
move over
like,
there. Maybe
whether
they feel a little
to
bit comfortable. Same thing
win
with
a
CLIX and
game
HIGS as
off the
Wonkyland,
rip,
and these are some of the best POIs
win a
in
game
the
off the
game
rip,
right now due to the
or
rift,
just,
due to the
like,
Ferris wheel. It's just almost
go for placement, you know,
mobility
because
while
they
everybody else has
some
to
of them
rotate
want
to the
extra
zone.
practice,
You
but
can dodge
I wonder
that mid game. You can
CLIX said
dodge
that he's
a lot
gonna
of
win
damage
if it's
and the
game 1.
chaos. It's just a
Game
matter
1,
of,
I'm
do you
pretty
win a
sure
game?
Higgs said
Do
that
you
he
play for
wants to win
practice?
game
And I
1
think that's the biggest
if
question
they have the
for a
option,
heat like this. But
because
Lucky,
like they don't
the
know what's gonna
game is
happen. But
ready,
I
and
think
our
Peterbot
questions
will
are
probably
ready to be
sell
answered.
if any other game. And then Yamso, I bet he'll sell Yamso if they do
Heat
good.
number 3, game 1 is
Game 1,
here,
if they
and
do
now
good,
we
I
get to
feel like
see how things
Yamso
are
would
to play
sell.
out.
And then
You know, you
Buga's
laid
gonna
out
win
all
off
these
off
different
the rip.
scenarios.
He has the
Heat 1 had its
opportunity.
own story. Heat 2 had its own flavor. Heat 3, you
Is
know,
there any
when you
off
have
spawns?
someone like Peterbot, we've seen him do things time and time again completely different to the normal expectation, and that is normally throwing a boulder in the road, right? Literally causing a blockade for other teams. I'm more curious to see if they end up
Chat, who
dominating
actually
as
sits
much
up here?
as they can early on, and then playing spoiler for other people that can be immediate competition, forcing them into the LCQ. I don't want to name names, right? I don't want to put that on anybody. However, we have seen Peterbot go to that length.
Yeah,
He's
chat.
willing to go
Peterbot
to that
might
extent.
be pushing people
Yeah,
this.
and already you can see that reputation that they have for off-spawn fighters, they're actually not contested this time around. Smacked and Ace, they went ahead and marked that drop spot saying, hey, we're going here. So now they have a chance to surprise contest somebody else and really catch them off guard. As we got Tyler and Chance. We probably missed the off-spawn fight. It happened this quick. Tyler with the first drop onto Rezi. Paper takes a 1v1 against Chance, and they quickly wipe them off the map in game 1.
Yeah, they made that look nice and easy. Take no damage.
So
as
Paper
well,
did
they
die
really get to
first.
maximize the
Oh yeah,
damage
out of
side
43.
things.
It's
Zesta
not out
and
of all.
Slando
There's only 86 people in the
here
game.
with Cairo playing up, trying to D this team out from the side. I like the angles that they're playing. However,
I don't think anybody wants to
not
see that.
quite finding success
We
here.
going in.
Low on ammunition now, low on builds as well. Taking a little too much time to initiate, and both sides have kind of gone the distance, already sinking deep into their heavy material counts. MVP ends up turning things around, and that's what I'm talking about. Taking a little too long to initiate, and now it comes down to 50-50. And MVP just has the better loadout.
Yeah, just getting that purple shotgun right out of the gates. And this is one of those drops where you can 50-50, but there's chest on top, there's chest down below, there's floor loot scattered all around that building. So sometimes those do get a little bit prolonged, and you gotta find an opportunity to capitalize on any mistakes. You see Aiden and Waffle trying to hide. They see the team go into the bush, quickly fires that shot in. No big damage going off just yet, but but they do have some splashes and some minis to regenerate some of that shield. It's just all about timing here, because you see in 4 fields, there's a third team in the distance that could definitely disrupt this, but Waffle sees that from a mile away. Good damage,
200.
and it wasn't even on the team he was initially trying to fight.
Yeah, that was crazy. A couple headshots right there, put him in a strong position here. And, you know, if I'm hitting those shots, I'm pretty content with where I'm at on the surge. Yeah. I'm going to say, you want to back off now. They've taken no damage here, and they've laid down the law for a little bit. Meanwhile, in the feed, though, I think Boyos continue to get active on the team that was just their north side of the drop. So
Let's go see. Let's go
seems
see,
like
chat.
things are heating up for PETERBOT and company already.
And for Waffle Drone Aiden, I do like this decision. It does look like we're going to try to box fight that team down below. Third party comes in, they get their damage, and they just leave. Monster, this is literally exactly what you were talking about. The team landing just above Squibbly's shores. They have a 2v1, and they make quick work of that one. And that's their second elimination. So you could tell they chased down Lawrence and Batman Joe.
Quick, easy eliminations.
Don't
It's
ever
one thing to
contest me, bro.
contest them head on, it's another to land near them. And if you stick around
just
for
trying to
too
chill.
long, I mean, it happens time and time again. But if any
Noah W plays.
team does studying on PETERBOT and Boyo, everyone in their vicinity is a part of their strategy. You know, like, they'll eventually have something for you. You got to be prepared for that every single game. And, you know, if you're not prepared, well, you'll learn a lesson here today in heat number 3. Reset lobbies. Noah.
No!
And remember, they were
Doesn't shoot.
pretty much going head-to-head, Jacob against Moxie's duo. So, seems like they've managed to survive the drop so far.
Yep, over towards Painted Palms. We saw it early in the heats when we had Rise and Curly contested. Game 1, maybe even Game 2, they split it. But as the day went on, they realized where they're at in the leaderboard. They said, hey, we can't keep going throughout the course of the game with the loadout, with what we have. We have to fight for it a little bit more. Maybe that'll be the case. Josh Yamzo uncontested
they're
towards
doing?
Frigid Fortress.
Josh
and
Yamzo doing
they're
pretty
able
well.
to get a lot of what they need for their loadout here at their actual POI, and depending on where the zone goes, that's where they have that rift over towards their west. They can immediately move towards the south, so they have a lot of options here.
Definitely enjoying the options, but let's jump into the fights right here. Waffle Joe Aiden taking that time to fish on the outskirts now have attracted the attention of the teams holding the outskirts. What's interesting about
Don't
this,
ever
the
swing me
zone is
again, boy.
playing to the side, so these are teams that have a lot of time to hold you out right now. Curious to see how this is going to end up developing.
We're gonna break
here.
this down so I can get a better view.
Cynex moving in. Another team lurking just on the outskirts, and there it is. They end up just meeting here for a bit on the edge of the storm.
No.
Old move by Power there to just move in the open. Gets tagged a couple times.
200.
Yep. Power Penta, they kind of land over here. Sandy strip, contested drop. They don't want to fight, so they immediately go north. But PETERBOT Pollo continuously on the hunt. And you said it early, it's just all the teams around their drop. They just went ahead and play into their reputation and just pushing and keying anybody close by, whether it's at their POI or not. That's a whole team up above. You see PETERBOT shockwaving up, trying to continue to maintain that high ground advantage. Drops down, but it's Pollo who gets knocked altogether. Logan gets the elimination as well. Full HP, 2v1 against
Get him,
PETERBOT
Lobby.
on the other side. And now he's making that decision. It's time to shockwave off. They built so high up that you're going to have to use a lot of resource if you continue to maintain that fight. But luckily for Pete, even a third-party shots come in to try to cause a little bit of a distraction.
Yeah, I was gonna say we showed up a little late. Let's watch that back one more time for Logan. See that little cleanup there, and if they just had a bit more controlled fire, they might have been able to take PETERBOT out after the shockwave. So we'll see how things end up playing out right there. Meanwhile, Zune and Noisy here, back on over to the Sandy Strip. There's been continuous action here. I'd say most notably in game number, or Heat 1 really is where we saw the most of it. Penta's just watching this fight kind of go down. I'm not sure how I like Noisy all in the mix right here with Zune and his teammate not quite there to back him up. So this is very, very risky.
Who's winning?
It's a clean fight.
Other art, we got somebody
Power
else
finish
other than PETERBOT,
from
Yams,
both
or CLIX winning.
sides. Noisy
Good
cleans
vote.
that one up. And this is where I kind of have to be scratching my head because Noisy, Zune, they were contested by this team at Sandy
Yeah, I
Strip.
actually got a
We
new
saw Power and
SSD and bro,
Penta
and I'm
go
so
north,
excited,
get a
man.
couple
Like,
surge
it's gonna
tags,
be
then
so
come back
easy
to
to transfer
Sandy.
video
So it's an
time
interesting decision to fight
from my
afterwards
MacBook
instead of
to
on the
the
off-spawn
PC.
fight. But sometimes that's just the name of the game. With the zone pulling in this direction, though, Penta's going to have no choice but to continue to move up towards the north, out
I'm
of
gonna pull
zone,
it to my
and
teammate, bro.
hopefully get the revive. But PETERBOT gets the reboot onto Pollo, goes down to Logan, and now
Yo,
it just looks like
PETERBOT's
Logan's
Jet?
He's already eliminated Poyo before. He's eliminated PETERBOT. This might be the counter.
Oh my gosh.
Now Poyo's
PETERBOT's
gone down
out
to
first
6
game.
HP, and they are fully eliminated.
PETERBOT's
of
out first game,
one.
chat.
That's crazy. That's a huge upset right now. You know, I was talking about the momentum
Chat,
being on
PETERBOT
the
just
side
got
of
out
possibly
first
the
game.
PETERBOTs and the Poyos to go ahead and pop off and then play
That
spoiler
is
for others.
crazy.
However, it's Logan and Mike who are leaning right into that story right now. And look who's
Chad,
happy
do y'all
about it.
realize how
It's
crazy that is?
CLIX
They're
and
out
Higgs
literally
sitting
first
just
game within
nearby.
like
Get to watch it
before
one more
even
time.
late in game.
Logan has just got Poyo's number 195 onto PETERBOT. Oh my gosh.
That was crazy.
I just hear that the old school cannot 200 just right there. Logan Bot taking a page out of Peter's playbook right here, and then just the way he's approaching this full confidence over Poyo.
That's
Just
crazy.
destroying the builds with the Thunder, landing the shot with the Iron Pump. That is just absolute madness, but it just goes to show like maybe everyone is right.
That's
from
crazy.
EU to NA and all the regions in between. This might be this
PETERBOT
season
died first
for the
game.
up and coming.
CLIX and Higgs doing well.
I don't know what else to say about that. I mean, Logan just played that
CLIX and Higgs doing well.
He looked perfect almost in the fight, very textbook, and you know, most importantly, he hits the shots that matter the most. But hey, after that, pressure's on now to continue to perform. You showed us what you got. Hopefully
Chat,
it's
let's
not the
check-
best,
let's
right?
check
If they want to
FORTNITE
make it to
tracker.
finals, they'll have to keep that level of pressure and consistency.
PETERBOT
up.
and Polo in first place with
And what I
6
notice here
points.
as we see CLIX and Higgs just outside of Squibbly Shores, this is, you know,
Too bad for them.
uncharacteristic like of what we
Alright,
normally
go.
see in their game plan. They're one of the teams because they have uncontested towards Wonky Land. They have that wheel.
Another
and they
vote for
combine it with the
CLIX. Let's
shockwave
go.
and the fizz. Essentially
Chat, I actually,
flying across the map,
depend. I
depending
think
how you
CLIX
line
might
it up,
sell the
you
game on
can hit
purpose.
The rifts for extra 0 point and keep it going. You know what I'm saying? So
I think
seeing
CLIX might
them
sell the game on
rotate
purpose.
This early to not take that damage, it just makes me wonder what other tricks does CLIX and Higgs have up their sleeve here.
Yeah, you know, and when you start seeing teams like PETERBOT and Poyo fall early, right, it starts to open up the conversation for CLIX and Higgs. It seems like they were already contemplating maybe being a bit of a, you know, kind of throwing a wrench in their strategy, right? Like, maybe that's a part of it, crash course them, see if they can send them down to the LCQ, or just make it difficult, put the pressure on them. So if they can keep that up, I mean, 1 out of 5 games is already through. You can only make a mistake in about 2, I dare say, if you want to be on the consistency leaderboard, and then you got to win the other round. So who knows?
Yeah, don't push me
Definitely
again,
going
bro.
to be tough, but you can see Sandy Strip. Not only the 2 teams that originally landed there, but Kippy and his duo trying to see what scraps are going to be left by.
Trying
It's
to
a
relax
big
and
POI.
play.
So
Oh
many
my gosh,
times,
we're
you know, you
teammates.
forget ammo crates, maybe a couple chests here and there, and depending on what their loadout is, you do see the gauntlets in his inventory. Maybe they're just looking for some shockwaves that were left behind. Still got to be careful though. Noisy Zune, they are still in this location as well, and they're lurking down towards the bottom, so it's easy to lose sight of somebody that is around the actual position. If you jump on board, Booga and Craze though already have their 2 eliminations, 6 points, quick to rotate north from Battlewood Boulevard, so you can see they're prioritizing rotation early here.
Yeah, I like this. I mean, this is what we want to see from Booga and Craze, right? Like, we want to see what are they capable of, what's the potential of this duo right now, and so far it's looking very good. Absolutely solid here, coming to mid-game, 2 eliminations, and just set up early into the new zone here. So far, so good. And a very aggressive loadout as well. Thunderburst SMG into Panther Craze here, so I'm keen on seeing if they end up
Yeah,
wanting to play
Getting
for height.
fried right now.
You know, anytime I'm doing my watch parties on my stream monster, you know, NPen probably has to be somebody
Let's
that
go,
gets
teammate.
the most love in the chat, and honestly, rightfully so. He's a funny guy. He's been around a long time. He just kind of missed out on a few qualifications last year. Now he's paired with Jack, who's honestly getting better and better with each and every event that he does play. Now you combine them here. They're uncontested just west of the actual Frigid Fortress, and so far they've made it a priority to rotate in towards Dark Dominion and start to build up. This is going to get them a chance to recoup any of metal that they've lost
Yeah,
up
we're
until this
watching.
point. So honestly, I want to see NPen and Jack do well here today.
Definitely NPen Jack. I'd say community favorites for sure. We've always seen them have such great attitudes, if you will, as far as their time in the FN comp space. Chance and Tyler, on the other hand, right now playing this bit of high ground here, looking for opportunities all around them. Zone starting to close in really quickly here. A few teams on the outskirts, they're just about safe right now, so pretty strong positioning here. Play the gatekeepers of the Edge of Storm right now.
Buns, bro.
they know how to get damage, especially positioned up here. I think they each had about 20,000 damage in the play-ins, over 1.72 damage ratio each, by the way, over. So it just goes to show that they both can fire off when needed most. Just jump on board Oliver, OG, and Carillion, just trying to rotate in. They originally started towards the north side of the map. You see they rotated towards the south rather quickly. They thought the zone would pull in this
Like, they
direction,
keep
but
trying
now
to
that
block
it
me
kinda
off for it.
bounced back. It's centering up just outside of Sandy Strip. They quickly make their rotation back, and that's going to be the important thing with the zone tossing and turning, forcing players to pick and choose their rotations. They are going to position themselves well, while everybody else from the south is going to get stacked on that edge of the zone.
Yeah, and they have a very, I'd say, nice setup going on right now. A couple Fullberry Fizz miss as well, just to play Storm, Chug Jugs, big heals, splashes. They're
I'm
situated
relaxing.
very well. Make some big plays here. Come the end game for Higgs and CLIX on the other side. We've seen this play time and time again, right? Holding down a tunnel, sealing off both edges.
Let's go Clicks. Let's go Higgs. Ooh, they're barely
Not
above.
necessarily a bad idea. Yeah, you already have those teams that are positioned
they're hardly
on top
above.
of the tunnel where they're at now.
Wait, they're
There's gonna be
below.
other teams that are going to try to dodge that fight, shockwave over, and try to get the zone. That could be a good chance for them to get damage there, but they're just not waiting for that to come through. They're 11 below the actual threshold,
my
so
gosh,
they try
they're
to
below.
put some pressure onto Snappy momentarily. Basically full built in those hard materials, so not able to bleed any of those shots through, so they're constantly on the hunt. And right now, it's only 22 below, so there is no reason for them to get desperate.
Little tag right there. It's at least keeping them in the game. You can see it's just teetered back and forth right now as other teams are starting to engage. So it seems like whoever their immediate surge competition was is already fallen behind there. You know, sometimes you need a little bit of luck, right? Not to force you out of position, not to make you do anything too drastic. Their options are not too good. You have a duo next door, and then if you take that fight, you have a team right above you, right? So they'll get third party pretty quickly. So over there with Lawrence and Joe. Quick rotates from the backside of the zone. They're wasting no time to get moving here. That's exactly how you want to play this here.
Higgs do
Meanwhile, Booga and Craze just off to the side on that same rotate as well. I see Josh, Yamzo there too. Trying to get in.
Depending on how far back on this rotation you are, it is going to be tough. You saw Josh Yamzo already positioned above that waterfall, but everybody just south of that position are going to have to use multiple shockwaves just to get on over and continue their rotation in. Good chunk of the lobby already there.
Bro.
You're seeing the south side of the zone become more and more stacked. You even see where the drop is at. If you look at the right side of the actual minimap, that is
Bro, I'm
a
completely
little bit
blocked
of a
off again,
river water, so there's going to be less and less to actually play on. So you're going to have to expend a lot of materials here and in the coming zones if it continues to
No!
push towards the north
It doesn't
side
shoot!
overall. As Oliver and
Hold on,
Carillion,
chat, we need to find a less sweaty lobby so I can
above the
actually
damage
chill.
threshold. You can see they're peeking through the cone, gathering all that information.
Chat, we're
and
gonna-
only
once we get
ending
into a new
out to
game,
fire
we're
a
just
shot
gonna watch.
when they realize somebody is out of position.
We're legit just gonna chill, bro.
Like what I'm seeing right now is Oliver OG is kind of hanging out.
What? I think it's not.
This down, we're gonna go ahead and cancel game one. We're gonna restart, make sure everyone's in that lobby, and then kick off the competition. So first, a short break. When we return, more action from the FNCS. Stay tuned.
Skin, bro. It's not a skin, it's a hero. Bro, it's literally a hero. It's not a skin, bro. I got scammed. Literally got scammed. Let's go. What the heck is wrong with this lobby? What happened? What? What happened? so confused. I'm quite literally so confused. What happened? We were just in the middle of one. What is happening? What? I'm so confused, bro. We were just in the middle of a game. Wait, chat, CLIX just won. CLIX just won! Chat, CLIX just won! Yo, the game didn't count! Chat, why didn't it count, bro? Chat, why did it not count? Yo, CLIX is bugged. Chat, they're griefing CLIX. Epic's griefing CLIX, bro. Chat, we're not gonna go into Legends Landing until in-game, alright? Chat, they literally just grief CLIX. Get on my lobby. Chat, the ping sucks. We're going back to a game where it doesn't matter. Chat, CLIX can't even play. Like chat, bro. They aren't letting CLIX play. Chat, hold up. Let's look at what CLIX is saying. Fortnite said that they're fixing it. Fortnite said that they're fixing it. Wow. See, they delayed it even more. Chat, we back. Nito is actually so good, bro. Like, I'm being for real. I'm being dead serious. Alright, chat. Chat, new game. Chat, this is sad. CLIX isn't. Yo, this is so funny. Yo, this is too funny. Yeah, this is too funny. Chat. The build still haven't reset. They're being too much of a chard, bro. Oh my gosh. No, don't make me customize another one of these people. Yeah, we ain't customizing him yet. Chat, I don't even know what to do. Uh, Chat, how bad is mic quality? Hold on, chat. Let me hear. Checking. No, mic's good. Mic's good. Dang, noise noise cancellation is actually that good? Holy. Please, ping be good. Oh my god. $200, boy. No. Watch this John Pork no scope. Yo. Oh, ain't no way people are still voting PETERBOT. Somebody. So chat. Today we're gonna be doing all chat, we're getting into a good one this time. Oh, yep. This game's looking promising. Come on. Yes, sir. Chat, this game's not looking too promising. Yeah. Oh! Oh! I just died. Oh, so Fortnite. That's what we're doing now. Oh, crap, I forgot that I still need to play. Hold on, let me boot it back up. Come on. Alright. Chat, I'll be back in a second. Alright, chat, we're back. 1 minute until my dinner's ready. Who's excited? Hold up, let's just queue in so we can watch. Take me to... 1 minute timer. 1 minute timer. Chat, we're legit just gonna be watching. Because like these people make the game too sweaty. It's kind of annoying. Hold on, chat. Is there a seat directly in the middle anywhere? That's where we need to sit, is where it's directly in the middle. Like right here. That'd be a tough seat. Let's see if there's any spot like that. I mean, this is kind of in the middle. Alright, chat. 15 more seconds until dinner's ready. 10 more seconds until dinner's ready. Three more seconds, 2 more seconds, 1 more second. Bang, we're done. See y'all in a second.
cut back too fast. Oh, just like that. I see a dub in my future stats. Oh, I know a place you can go. The doghouse outside my massive abode. It's lovely, it's cushy, and sometimes it's cold. And watch me get this gold. I just want it all. I just want it all. Bounce, bounce back. Said you want it all, but you want it all. Said you want it all. Bounce back. Said you want it all, but you want it all. I can have it all if you knock me down. I won't feel the fall. I just got back up. Bounce back. I just want it all. I just want it all. I'll keep bouncing.
Chat, we are here. Hold on, chat. This isn't gonna fall down, right? Please. Please don't fall down. MacBook, go all the way against the wall. Alright, chat. So what we got for dinner is buffalo chicken, coleslaw, and rice. Chat, this is pretty good. Yo, chat, this is great.
Fortnite fam, welcome back to the FNCS. We sincerely apologize for that. Ton of things happening, but it looks like they're all resolved. So those first 2 games are void. So it's basically like, hey, we're starting the show for real, like this. This is, you didn't miss anything. You thought you did. If you thought you did, welcome to the show. It's starting right now. Hope you had a great day. We're here to watch some Fortnite. As we kind of get ready to kick things off, we're just making sure everyone's on the battle bus. So why don't we get a few of the players, or people rather, up to speed on who the players will be seeing in the lobby today. Let's bring up this lobby. Let's just call out a couple duos we'll be seeing here for you. Kelly, why don't you start us off? Who are you looking to see today?
Thanks for throwing me under the battle bus. My goodness, we got Dolzer and Isho. You know, that was one of the teams that we were talking about at the start of the show, landing in Dark Dominion, of course. And honestly, as far as notability goes in North American Central, they're lesser known as a duo. But when you look at their performances in the recent chapter, I think, Vivid, this might be one of the duos that we're going to be talking about for quite a while.
We're going to talk about somebody that we have talked about for quite some time and kind of made his name at a LAN event, right? Booga teamed up with Craze right now, which kind of is going to segue me into the next conversation that I do want to kind of bring up. And it's kind of like the importance of Major #1 and this heat, right? Because this heat gets you into the grand finals, right? We know how all of this works. You win one of the 5 games today, you go to grand finals, you get top 10 on the consistency leaderboard, you go to those grand finals. These grand finals feel just a little bit special because this is like this early major 1, but it still leads into a LAN event. So for everybody kind of competing here today, I mean, yeah, some people are trying to make it to their first grand finals. A lot of people are thinking about the bigger picture and extra LAN event this year. So we know what it has done in the past to some of our players like Booga, making those big names for themselves. That's why those type of events are so important. So extra stakes on the line, and I think that just makes it so much more exciting, right? That's why everybody's kind of geared up and ready to jump into the competition.
Yeah, there is definitely like a little bit of a different tone to this one, right? It's like, I feel like in previous years we come in and it's like, all right, you know, Major 1, it's like, hey, we are taking it seriously, but we're kind of just feeling it out. Like, we're going to see how we do. We're going to try, but like, you know, we still have a couple more majors. Like, hold on a minute, Zeke. We got a Summit LAN happening now. That changes things quite a bit for us. Another duo we kind of highlighted at the beginning of the show earlier was actually Yamzo and Josh. Excited to see them perform. What do you think, Kelly? Any cool things you can tell the viewers if they're just tuning in?
I mean, for me, the storyline between Josh and Iamzo, one, we're talking about how a lot of these veteran players, in this instance, we're talking about Iamzo, joins up with kind of a newer player. In this instance, we're talking about Josh having, you know, 17 FNCS performances or finals compared to just a handful of them. You kind of have this disparity of, well, if Iamzo is going to be bringing, is he going to have to carry Josh? But then when you look at what they are bringing to the table as far as who is the IGL, who is the fragger, they honestly are complementing each other so well. And I talked about it at the start of the show, there was a little bit of concern as far as their PLY goes for Josh and Iamzo, but it seems that they got Frigid Fortress, they're pretty confident there now, and I think that they're going to have an incredible performance in the grand finals. That's right, it's a Kelly Link guarantee, everyone. Josh and Iamzo, regardless of if it's a victory royale or through consistency, I think they're making it into the grand finals.
Viv, I don't know if we can be talking about guarantees.
Yeah, those guarantees have gotten some people in trouble as of late. Obviously, this lobby list shows off 25 of our teams. Let's see if we can take a look at the other 25 that are going to be filling out this lobby for Heat #3. And you know, this page is where we got some of those big hitters, that drama that we talked about earlier, right? We got CLIX and HEATS over on that right side of your screen. PETERBOT and Pollo, very, very excited to kind of jump back into the action. Obviously, you know, games #1 and 2, they got voided. I feel like the PETERBOT fans were a little bit scared after watching that one go down early in that game. But, you know, of course, a blessing in disguise for them as we are going to be restarting that game. 5 games left to go for us. 5 games left for PETERBOT to go ahead and revamp himself as the best player in the world. A lot of talk in the offseason about being a little distracted, playing other games and all of this, but I can't lie. In sort of like cold fashion, it looks like he's kind of revamped, back on the game, playing every single day, and they look very, very good right now.
I will say, Zeke, that when you talk about PETERBOT, obviously you have to talk about Pollo. And since we're kind of in this, you know, nebulous state right now where we're just kind of waiting for the game to start, I love the dialogue that we've seen throughout the last few weeks, months, where PETERBOT, he wants someone to IGL for him. PETERBOT wants to be able to just be unleashed, go onto the lobby and be able to eliminate everyone. And with Pollo, there's been a big question mark on if he's going to be able to do that. And we've talked about how Pollo is able to kind of complement PETERBOT in the sense of he is just kind of staying right next to him. He's able to kind of just like follow him along. But is he going to be able to IGL? And I think Pollo has made incredible strides and growth as far as that goes, or Zeke.
That we're legit.
Okay, I like it. Well, you know what? I'm getting word. Games are ready. Again, sincerely apologize for the delay, but it's all good. We got Fortnite, and it starts right now. Casters, over to you.
Down in game number 1, Monster, and this is where it really
you'll
is going to
see some
start to
girls
get
called
interesting,
grandpa
because
in
even with a
Rocky
couple mishaps, one of the biggest things that I really look at for players is how does the mental game go? How does it all get held together when things don't necessarily go your way? We saw PETERBOT and Pollo go down early, very uncharacteristic, like in that game number 1. Now they get a fresh start, another chance at it here, and let's see if they can continue in the stride coming up into this event.
Yeah, there's no deja vu here, guys. We're getting right into the action. We're trying to pick up the pace here. PETERBOT, Pollo obviously have somewhat of a blessing in disguise, a second chance, if you will, at this first opportunity here to push through a qual spot. You know what? You got to appreciate the fact that they actually got to feel out the lobby, right? And the competition was serious. So let's give another nod to LoganBot, who's putting in work out there. Let's see if he can continue to do just that here. The dynamics are going to shift for many inside the lobby, though, right? Like, obviously, now everyone's kind of gotten to get the jitters out the way. A little adrenaline gets to kick in now, right, as the days kind of edged on. And you have to imagine that even Boog and Craze here, right? They're fired up right now.
Yep. Kind of been in a similar situation before. You got to wonder, Booga and Craze, you know, they get uncontested. They have a lot of time to theory craft these games as the zones continue to reveal itself rather early, so they know they have a ton of time here in the early game to loot up the south side of Battlewood before they actually have to start making a move elsewhere. And you see Void in the distance, Yemity in the distance as well. And this is where you got to start to be careful, because even 1, 2, the small amount of damage when it comes to Storm Surge plays an impact later on in the game.
Let's see if that ends up playing out for this team as well. Oliver OG, Carillion playing that northern side. We know that, again, they're relatively contested. Last time, though, you said it, though, right? You saw Smacked and that other team just kind of move off to the side. So I am curious if folks are going to play something a little different here. But jumping in with Tyler and Chance. What is happening here? A little lurk play potentially being lined up right now. Oh, they know these enemies are close by. There's some leftover loot here, and they needed that. This almost seems like they might have been playing off a reboot. What do you think?
Yeah, just probably just one of those split contested drops to where, you know, you don't actually fight it out of the gate, so you're just kind of taking the scraps on the outside of the POIs. Last time we saw Tyler Chance take aggression
like,
to
I
this
can't
occasion very, very quickly.
say,
They're able
but
to take him down, but
so
just a
delicious, you know,
whole
like
different
very
approach.
delicious.
90 players still up, and this is just following
very
the trend
delicious, yep.
of the entire weekend so far. Something you know, the history of Fortnite, the game number 1, the early portions of a tournament tend to be slower than the rest. They like to feel each other out, see what they can get away with, and then go from there.
So today being a much different day out of the usual tournament vibe, right? So I think everyone here is probably on their toes, and if anything, that caution's going to come from the fact that, hey, I may have blown it, right, in that first chance. So this is again a new opportunity. I am curious to see how this is going to play out. Some even have almost played their strategy early on, right? A lot of time between where we started and where we are today. A little bit of studying happening between those blocks there. But for Yamzo, Josh, the team that everyone, of course, has high hopes for, this is a draw spot that has been highly contested in Heat 1 and Heat 2.
I'll be ready to
They
play
seem to have a lot more respect demanded here in the lobby.
want?
And I mean, from what I can tell from the loadout, it seems like no one's really giving them too much pressure right now.
Yeah, just kind of looting up. You talked about them being uncontested. They can't max out their metal at the actual POI itself, so they go to this little building here where they can kind of get the rest of the material that they need. You know, metal, probably the most precious of all the building materials in this game, so you got to make sure you have it ready to go. And they got the zone early on, so again, another team that has a lot of time on their side. Let's jump on board. Perkin and Stone, you see they're kind of in a stalemated situation against Paper and Rezi, and with 90 players still up, these little fights right here, even though you got two teams ready to kind of fight it out in this situation, you see how many other teams are in the minimap. You hear the noise, you start to look on over, and when you're in an active build fight, that's easy surge.
Yes, great tags right now as well from Perkian. That's the most important part, is actually landing those tags. We've seen a lot of people have opportunities and of course spoil them. For Aviv, Kinglin right now on the move here. This is what I would say a surprise duo for me. I didn't expect to see Aviv pairing up with someone like Kinglin. This one caught me a bit off guard, but hey, another one of those conversations where, you know, Kings just continue to kind of earn his way through the top tier player, you know, the veteran roster line. And it seems like he's at least showing out right now for Aviv. He's someone who's also been given plenty of chance in the past, right? Most notably, I'd say, we've seen him with Skittles back in the day, with Booga for quite some time. So he's definitely earned his
Put me in
respect
moment.
on the region.
Yeah, and he knows what it's like to play at the global championship as well. Jump on over to Jack and N-Pen. We saw Josh Niamto that actually take the Frigid Fortress. Jack and N-Pen, they take a little bit towards the west, a split drop that they call their own. And you can see they're getting a good amount of loot from the split drop.
Chat, y'all think if I put the link... Hold up, chat. I'm gonna try something. Fortnite. 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 Share. Copy. Chat, we're gonna add a browser link. Hold on, chat, please work. Wait, chat, what's the 1920 by 1080? Oh crap, chat.
Moving right through slams and Zifta kind of base there that we saw, that big surge tower here. The terrain's going to play into their favor. They don't get spotted out. They save a lot of material moving through there.
Just as they get towards the edge, you see trying to gain a little bit of elevation here, using the shockwave, not necessarily to cover distance, but so they can quickly rotate up the side of that mountain, box up. You see two other teams already beaten to the punch, building massive surge towers. But Josh Niamzo, just a simple base, save a lot of those resources for later, probably when they're going to be a little bit more in need. Taki and Seek over here on this side of the map, rotating in from Riptides. We saw, honestly, Threats and Veer yesterday barely miss out on that consistency through Riptides. And it's one of those POIs to where, just like Wonky Land has the mini games, you got to collect little stakes so that way you can beef up and lift up that weight on the other side, and that's how you can unlock the Mythic. But PETERBOT Poyo, the revive, has not come through yet. They're still trying to figure out where that solo's at, but he's going to be able to rip for now, but now he leaves himself open to possibly getting taken down. Easy shots for PETERBOT and Poyo as they get that second elimination.
Yeah, there it is, picked up there. You know, I'm not gonna lie, I thought we were gonna be jumping into the replay when we saw PETERBOT land right on top of him, but hey, he fought long and tried his best. Fortunately, in the end, he does end up falling there. So a couple points now swinging to the hands of PETERBOT and Poyo. The first of the game. Noah plays Carbone back in the mix here as well.
Yeah, that looked good though.
Fighting for a little position here. You can see on the mini map kind of what they're fighting for. That mending machine down below. Whether they get patch ups extra
hear pretty well, right?
resources depending on which
I'ma
one's
put
there.
this
You can
down,
buy
like,
splashes,
right
the
there.
Fizz Bomb, and
Turn my
Chug
mic
Jugs.
up.
But it does look
Alright,
like they're
now
just
we're
going to continue to build up their shield resources. Some extra big pods coming out for Carbone and Noah Plays. And the team right above them, Slam and Zytha, they just kind of ran out. They said, hey, we probably don't have the gold. We just go ahead and rotate in, make it safe now instead of letting this team think we're trying to fight them.
Iffy. Thea right now, they're deep in the storm here, but yeah, Proxy on the other side. So a little bit of a standoff happening here. This team realizing that they are not quite in the position to stay much longer here in the zone, but he does have
Yo,
just the
are we-
Flowberry Mist
FORTNITE?
to use to heal with. Clock's on the timer right now, right? Things are a little desperate for Faye here if he can't find some heals here quickly.
Fortnite. Fortnite.
There we go. That was
Fortnite.
something up.
Fortnite.
Probably a floppers, kind of like what it looked like here in that moment. Maybe a slurp fish if you wanted to use it. Jump before Joe and Lawrence. This is a team that's escaping a lot what's going on the western side of the map. They land at a split in between PETERBOT, Pollo, CLIX, and Higgs. So they're making that right decision to try to rotate quick. A lot of people who game plan those two teams here in this lobby know they like to overstay their welcome inside of the storm. They have the Ferris wheel, they have the rip, so they're one of the few teams that can actually use that as a strategy. Ozone and Golden.
Oxid Finboys.
Luga and Craze took the south side of Battlewood Boulevard. Golden and Ozone took the north side. This is where Venom and Curve typically do land, so we might have a possible battle here if we see Golden and Ozone qualify out of Battlewood.
Wait, you mean to tell me this is not Tiger Woods playing Fortnite? What's going on? I like the positioning though. Big metal commitment here, and they're still managed to cap back out. So, pretty keen spot to be in right now. Pretty strong base as well. You see, it's just Logan there on the lower left side. He's kind of lurking about. Meanwhile, Higgs, CLIX, utilizing that same strategy we
How
saw
dare you have the
before.
audacity to push me and then do that?
This one's going to allow them to send themselves flying into any direction that they want. They already have the map mark, so they know exactly where they want to be here.
Just thinking which version.
Disrespectful,
Two
man.
different versions. And right now, they're going to use the basic one right now. And the
PETERBOT
reason why I
has
talk
winning
about
another
two
one,
different
bro.
versions is there's
PETERBOT
one
ain't
version
not-
here where
ain't
you combine the
winning another.
actual Fizz with the Shockwave and you do the Ferris wheel, you go up top and glide. But real quick, Noah Plays, 6 seconds left. Carbone's already down. Last time we saw them, they were hiding over towards this vending machine, but a whole nother team rotates in. They're trying to steal it away. Carbone goes down, so he's finally taken out. Noah Plays was eliminated as well, but it's a whole nother third party here in the mix trying to attack. That's Kiffy and Faya. They've returned back in this direction to try to take what they hope is theirs, but you can see why that is a prominent focus. They're 12 below the damage threshold. It's not a reason to get desperate right now, Monster, but they realize in the back of their mind, we're 12
Looked like
below
you lost
now
your
in
footing
the
right
early
there, buddy.
portions of the game. That's going to get worse if we don't get damaged quickly.
Crazy timing too, right? We just saw them rotating on the outskirts, and then, oh my gosh, talk about bad timing. Kiffy's caught off
Had the best
guard.
loadout in the game, bro.
PRX Lice here ends up getting the full finish and an insta down on the him there. And that's what happens if you let your guard down, and I'm sure he's regretting not just splashing and moving in. Meanwhile, Flowberry Miss coming out from Al, just trying to stick around to see if he can pick up the card before rotating out. But also, look at this. The Surge has turned online. They're now even further below because the damage they did to them is essentially negated, right?
I lost the
You
best
can't
loot in
get
the
yourself
world, bro.
eliminated
My
and
God.
trade back that damage, not in the new Surge style.
Just tries to go ahead and heal up there, but they
oh my gosh.
returned back to clean that one up. Yeah, that was just a tough situation because not only was he below the damage threshold, it was active Surge. So every 7 seconds, he would take 25 damage from Surge itself, and then 7 seconds from the Storm, so 32 damage every 7 or so seconds. Almost impossible situation to survive. Dozier and Ishu survived their onslaught. Storm Surge affecting them as well, but they're going to be above the damage threshold now that they got those 2 eliminations. And that's sometimes what happens in games like this, where the zone goes from the far north side of the map, a team like Dozier and Ishu, and then just pulls all the way towards the south. You're battling with so many other teams that might not have the damage either.
I was going to say, that was impressive, though. Those were 2 teams that both needed the Surge, and they finish it up so fast that they managed to get out with plenty of extra heals. This is almost a rarity, right? Normally, a team that exits out of the Storm in a situation like this is going to be in full shambles. Even now being held out, though, they do have to be careful. They're ticking for 5. I think the lobby, of course, knows that there's going to be some serious danger coming from this team. Keeping the Storm there. Champs and Amen on the side there as well. Late rotates here for a few. And although they have the extras, just talk about the Searcher is back on, and they find themselves right on that line again.
Yeah, and since it is active, being below it for even a second will go ahead and strike damage on you, so 12 above. Even though it's not a feeling of confidence, at least it's something that you can take your time, breathe here for a second. And they have an easy rotation towards the west or east of where they're at now. So all these teams here will eventually have to shockwave. You see Quick realize they might be below. Oliver, Carillion, they're going to be below, but they're on the bottom of this zone. They get a couple of shots, and since they are above the damage threshold, even by 3, they're going to try to rotate in and then look back along the way.
That was crazy. There was literally 6 players there that all needed damage, and Alvaro G and Team Carillion knew they had to rotate because the storm's coming in. It's already on a 5-tick, but look, they didn't do enough damage before they left. And at least he gets knocked there, right? There might be a chance. I was going to say, small chance. He's at least knocked and not dropped the storm, but spoke a little too soon. Of course, he's going to get finished there, unfortunately. 200 below now. Heals do get exchanged. Carillion's got to hit the shot of his life here if he wants to stay in the game right now, earn a little bit more. No points earned so far. That's how contentious this round has been here. Carillion's just got a couple more opportunities to do something.
Yeah, he's getting aggressive. He knows the situation he's in. Even though Storm Surge will turn off if it gets below certain players in this zone, it needs to go below 40 overall in the game for it to turn off once and for all. As Taki Seek, they try to dodge the solo down below. They run into a whole nother team right in front. Lucky for them, they were already well above the damage threshold. So big damage like that isn't going to hurt them much, but we go into the next zone, the next Storm Surge threshold, and they drop just a little bit, but at least they're still above.
This Bugha craze positioned strongly right now, but they will have to rotate. The zone's flying far north, but hey, it's still on the western side, right? This is where the bulk of the players have managed to rotate in through. And Bugha's just trying to strategize the move right now as he's looking out. You see all the bases, all the teams stacked up here on this western edge. He's doing the same strategy. Just cone peeking here. PETERBOT Pollo still alive, dead center. They're gonna have to move as well.
See them elevated just a little bit. They have options here. Shockwave, actually use the bounce, or just get the effect and try to run their way in. But it is going to be the first of the two. Somebody drops down low in that instant, blocks the Shockwave from actually letting them move on out. And now the zone is creeping in, so they are going to take damage. But PETERBOT sees somebody lurking around, tries to go for a shot, but realizes the zone is there as well, so they have to progress forward. Quickly get staggered out just for a moment. Another team rotating by, but yeah, I like how quickly they're not only just boxing up, getting damage, but rotating yet again. They're not afraid to use their resources here because they know they can get an elimination at any moment.
Yeah, and they paired up there, right? Not to burn their shockwaves individually, but as a team instead. Meanwhile, CLIX and Higgs with Deja Vu at action here. After, of course, playing for high ground, they found their success. They're trying to get right back to it. I don't think it win this game. I mean, that's just a nice little storybook finish for them, but still a long way from where we are right now to the end. Of course, PETERBOT Pollo knows is up there. You can see they're already eyeing up that competition here, and I'm surprised CLIX and Higgs haven't quite fired back just yet. Seeing that it's metal builds on second high ground, right? That's an immediate threat for anyone that's on height.
Yeah, it's literally in game.
That's actually good. You said it right there. Just have their eyes on anybody that's second high, but out of nowhere, Liquid makes a play. He goes up, takes a huge amount of damage, but at least he has the Flowberry Fizz. He can easily try to drop down low. CLIX and Higgs, they shockwave to the front. They're not ready to give up their high ground just yet, and that's why they're rotating one after the next to make sure they do have each other's back. But again, right below them, PETERBOT, Pollo, Josh, and Yamzo. As we jump on board, Bugha on the other side, we have no craze, and they're below the damage threshold. It's his time to be tested this game.
Yeah, he just went from like prime positioning to worst case scenario. No teammate, and the Surge puts in work onto him. Unfortunately, the pressure's on, but hey, it's all good. We're underneath the 40-player threshold now. He just has to play exceptional FORTNITE at this point. See some loot in the background, knows he's got pieces to work with, and there's some extra heals there too. So let's see how much is left here. Oh, he's going for the deep heal off early. I can actually respect this, right? This is for positioning. This is for consistency. Take a look at PETERBOT's side, though. Pollo here backing him up. 9 eliminations for that team. Yeah, it might not be looking pretty for the win just yet. However, they are earning so many points right now.
Yeah, and you can even see why Bugha's staggering himself. You don't want to get caught in the madness that is this, but PETERBOT Poyo continuously on the
they go
hunt. They're
absolutely
watching
crazy.
out from all
Yeah,
angles. Now they're looking up, noticing that CLIX and HEATS are dropping down lower and lower, and they get the elimination, but it's neither one of those. It's Joe out of nowhere that cleans that one up, and they just get them a little bit further in this game. You see empty item slots, low on materials. PETERBOT trying to go for another elimination, but doesn't get that chance. Poyo gets dropped down to just 75 HP. Both of them struggling to try to survive as PETERBOT gets taken down. Top 16 situation here, and Poyo's already forced to clutch up.
It was actually Bugha in the bottom right screen who takes down PETERBOT, who's now taken to the storm. The Siphon's gonna kick in any second now, any chug jug. Bugha is playing this so smart right now, and that's the difference in timing your way from inside the zone late like that. He makes a perfect use of it. Bugha now trying to eye up height, trying to figure out the situation, what's going on. Poyo on the other side, just healing, playing the late storm as well, trying to play for positioning. And on high ground, of course, CLIX and HEATS, as vulnerable as they are right now, they are pushing for a win here.
And Poyo is just going absolutely massive
Early.
right now. 14 eliminations as a team, 8 by himself. He picked up a couple
Yeah,
more.
we
The
all watching
Siphon
this.
match is better than he was before, but now he's becoming the target of the high ground. CLIX and HEATS, they're dropping down one at a time. HEATS is trying to play disruptor to take anybody out that's in his path, and that was Poyo that was next, but he lands a huge haymaker, making HEATS think twice about that situation. He's going up. He's going for it all, trying to box onto CLIX, pushes him outside of the zone. HEATS is no longer there. CLIX drop waves up. They're battling for the high ground right now, but the third parties come in. HEATS on the high ground as well. This is complete and utter madness in the early portions of Heat 3.
This is perfect, and HEATS making it look personal, right? Making sure he's got CLIX's back at the blink of a moment. If he needs it, he's there. And this is what makes HEATS an exceptional teammate. CLIX and HEATS now back up with one another here. Poyo forced to low ground. He's got nothing left. But top 5, though, is so impressive. Meanwhile, Josh, Iamzo get the gift that they're looking for. They're at 10 eliminations. CLIX and HEATS has so much pressure now, all because Poyo ended up pushing them back.
This is a good opportunity for them down below. You got Liam and Chimp as well. Those are our 3 teams, but we also have a solo trying to run wild and pick up at least a top 3 by himself, but he's getting pressured from above, pressured from down below, and now it's all duos left in this situation. 3 final teams. Josh going for an elimination. He gets caught out, stuck for a moment. He goes down. Iamzo's now left by himself in a 1v2 situation. This is the trio from Globals now going at it to see who qualifies for the grand finals. Iamzo goes up. He gets a down onto HEATS. Now it's him versus CLIX. 1v1 situation. He traps him in the box. Iamzo is going wild here. and he
Iamzo with the
wins
1v2,
game.
bro.
Oh my god!
That could have went either way, but Iamzo with the reaction speed
Oh my God.
at the end to win, just clutched up. And then they all have so much story implication because they're ex-teammates. There's just too much happening here, Zeke. Game
No way,
1,
chat.
the return back into the heat here was exceptional.
Yo, what did I just watch? Oh my gosh, that was absolutely insane. I cannot believe.
So crazy.
It felt like it really could go with, like, in the way of so many different players there, Kelly. I cannot believe in those moments.
Team's on the loud in Fortnite TOS, and I'm a
Iamzo
Fortnite
coming
creator,
in
so
clutch, bro. Oh, he's got to
This is
be over the
creator
moon
code. I
right
can't be
now.
raped from Fortnite TOS.
Listen, I said it at the start of the show. You're like,
Holy
oh, Josh and Iamzo
freaking
have this.
moly.
Yes, I knew Iamzo and Josh have proven themselves time and time again this chapter, and seeing how they were able to handle that low ground, especially with all the chaos going on today, Vivid, that is how I want to start Heat 3.
Game 1 might have been worth the wait after watching that one go down. Blink and you might have missed it. Somehow Iamzo finds the edge, right? Finds the high ground over the duo that seemingly had it for the entirety of the end game. But if you took a quick peek at CLIX and HEATS' loadout right before when they were on the high ground, they really had nothing to work with. So they had to kind of drop down and take the fight. But Iamzo just found the timing perfectly. And I gotta tell you, we were kind of talking about how we expected Iamzo and Josh to kind of play the low ground, play the mid ground. They did just that perfectly. As you can see, before Iamzo even clutches this moment up, they had 10 total eliminations of 12 and wins the 1v2.
I will say,
that was,
Zeke, in these
oh my
moments,
gosh,
it's literally
that was
down
just
to
crazy.
3 final teams, and Iamzo and Josh are still dropping items for each other. They're still communicating and like allowing, like it seems like they are still playing a completely different game where everyone else is just scrambling, trying to get those elims. They're still just calm and cool and collected, making sure that they are in the prime position that they need to be. That I love to see it.
Oh my gosh, shout outs to Zoe, shout outs to Josh. We'll be seeing you guys next week in the finals, but still 4 more games ahead. And of course, 4 more VRs. And to end in the top 10 means we move on as well. More to unpack after this short break, so don't you go anywhere.
He had a mythic Baron shotgun. I mean, Mammon.
Just a walk right by. This is my world. Watch me arrive. Watch me arrive. Watch me arrive. Watch me arrive. Yeah, 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 yeah. I'm bouncing back now. Yeah, 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 yeah. I can't hold it back. Yeah, I'm bouncing back. These mountains, I'll toe 'em. Those pebbles, I'll roll 'em. No bridges, claiming peaks while you're plateauing. I fly for my city, not really, just kidding. Many times they take up on me. This one right here is only for me. My power's so raw, you live in an eye. Bet you bet on my odds. If I had to fly, slides dissolve the minute I got on my bed. Don't need 2 cents or your consent to give it 100%. Cause I'm a beast all over your head. I rise, I ascend. Say you want it all, if you want it all. Make a move, don't stop and wonder. Gotta take it all, cause I want it all. Don't stumble, I'll keep bouncing back. Take a step, cause I've been bouncing back. Yeah, I'm bouncing back. Yeah, I'm bouncing back. I keep coming back. I can't hold it back. Yeah, I'm bouncing back. It's just a mission.
Oh, that kid
I do
almost got
them
me.
in my sleep, no commission. I like a side quest, love opposition. With surgical precision, they make losing their tradition. Yeah, yeah, they talk, but what they say to
Boy,
me.
I'm scared.
I'm chewing it all, it's hitting my jaw, the way that I hurt you today. I'm building a wall, 90s tall between you and me. I'm out of space, out of keys, it's a different game, and I'm out of league. Say you want it all, if you want it all. Make a move, don't stop and wonder. Gotta take it all, cause I want it all. Don't stumble, I'll keep bouncing back. Take your gap, take a step, cause I've been back. Oh, just like that. I beat you in, crank up back to back. Oh, just like that. I see a dub in my future stack. Oh, I know a place you can go. The doghouse outside my massive abode. It's lovely, it's cushy, and sometimes it's cold. And watch me get this gold.
Are we?
I just want it all. I just want it all. Bounce, bounce back. Said you want it all. But you want it all. Said you want it all. Bounce back. Said you want it all. But you want it all.
Oh my gosh.
I can have it all. If you knock me down, I'll move to the ground. I'll just get back up. Bounce back. I just want it all.
Welcome back, Fortnite fam. I am still shocked at that game. That was incredible. In case you missed it, Josh and Iamzo came out and won game number 1 in a solo clutch situation where Zoe had to pull out the win against CLIX. It was incredible. Again, shout out to them. We'll be seeing them next weekend. But man, so many things happened in that game. Let's start at the beginning.
Grand's gonna be
PETERBOT
crazy,
and
chat.
Pollo, right?
Grand's
You know,
gonna
for
be
a while, we
absolutely
were
crazy.
kind of getting these wide, beautiful shots of the lobby, the chaos, high ground. I'm looking up, I'm like, CLIX and HEATS, yeah. Then we turn into PETERBOT. I'm like, hold on a minute. How many elims do they have? What's going on? Why is everybody falling like flies? It was crazy, Kelly.
I mean, I love that, kind of started off a little bit standard, 3 eliminations. By Zone 7 isn't necessarily unheard of, but as the zone started to crawl, you can see we're still in Zone 7, but that is 5 eliminations. Oh, 7 eliminations now. You know what? Let's just make it 12 eliminations. And
What?
even when PETERBOT goes down, you know that Pollo is here to prove himself time and time again. And he goes on for the aggressive. He goes to try and steal hype as a solo player. Vivid. PETERBOT and Pollo are here to show everyone that just because this is HEATS does not mean they're slowing down.
Yeah, I mean, they wanted nothing to do with high ground this game. They wanted to be in the mix of things. They wanted to be box to box with all of the other players, as many as possible. And it was pretty much any single time anybody got even close to their wall, they were just making edits on them. As you can see, after PETERBOT went down, Pollo just went on an absolute tear for a little bit of a solo clutch right there. But yeah, when we tuned into them and they had 11 eliminations, 12 eliminations, and both of them were still up, I was like, oh my gosh. Here it is. We're going to get the 20 elimination game all ready. They were looking so good. That game primed up. I mean, they got to be towards the top of the leaderboard.
They got to be right. Shout outs to Polo as well. A little solo clutch for us out of game number 1, a top 5 to clutch it up. Ooh, that's what I like to see. Let's also talk about CLIX Higgs. They were dominating that high ground for so long. And I mean, shout outs to Higgs. So many situations where CLIX is like, I'm going to get active. Higgs is right there, right, ready to respond, ready to support. I feel like these guys are firing on all cylinders right now.
I mean, yes, both CLIX and Higgs are firing on all cylinders, but I do have to give a special shout out to Higgs, being able to be aware of the high ground, kind of paying attention to if anyone's trying to steal height from you, and then also drop down, get the refreshes, make sure that you guys are topped off. Yes, it inevitably did not go the way that they wanted it to go, but to be able to patrol high ground after such
back.
you know, chaoticness
Wait,
to the
let's
start
randomize.
of Heat
Let's
3,
just
to be
randomize
able
it
to
completely.
keep their cool, be able to kind of keep what they
Alright.
want in sight, in mind. That to me is what takes a
Don't
pro
already
player
have
and
one?
separates them from the rest of the lobby.
Don't I already have one of these?
I mean, how did we get
looks just
so
like that?
many stories in that one end game right there? We got exactly what we wanted, right? CLIX and Higgs
Oh, no, I don't.
defending off Pollo. Pollo almost clipping both of them for the 1v2. And then also Yamzo in the mix, right? Kind of
already got one
returning
like that.
to the trio. But
Bro.
yeah, I'm not
Oh,
going to
yeah,
lie. I
yeah,
kind of
wait.
talked about it when we kicked things off here for Heat
I
number
already have
3. I
some,
was like, yeah,
ooh, I like.
obviously we know PETERBOT and Pollo, they want to go for the high ground. CLIX and Higgs, it looks like they want to as well. And I'm not
Like
gonna
some.
lie, if I would have to take a guess, who would I thought would have been up on the higher ground? I would have guessed PETERBOT and Pollo, but I was surprised to see CLIX and
Eeny, meeny,
Higgs
miny, moe, catch a
at it
checker,
for the
bite, so if
entirety
you will
of the
let 'em
end
go,
game.
eeny,
So
meeny, miny,
shout
moe.
out to them. Well
Hopeful.
played end game.
Welcome,
Now,
hopeful.
obviously, leading up to those final few moments, right? They did run out of gas, but you know, still they showed up in second place, and we're looking at consistency. That's a great way to start, right? So love to see that from them. I also wanted to highlight this Booga in a solo clutch situation for quite some time. I mean, this is looking really good. And what's crazy is Booga was the one that knocked PETERBOT, right? So while they're going crazy, he's like, okay, all right, I've had enough. PETERBOT, calm down. All right, everybody play out the lobby.
I mean, that means that Booga is better than PETERBOT, right? I mean, if you look at their accolades, if you look at the money earned, I don't know, there's disparities in money. But regardless, Booga, time and time again, everyone likes it. And I'm going to be very candid with it. People like to always say that Booga's washed. And then somehow, time and time again, he always proves himself, making it to every FNCF's grand finals, making it to the top 10. He just showcases that regardless of if this is 2019 or 2026, that he is still at the top of the leaderboard.
There was
Oh
a
my
time where
gosh.
Booga and Miro were a duo, and I swear I remember watching that FNCS, and it's like the entirety of their points seemingly came from solo clutches. So it's kind of like returning to form, right? You don't really like to see a solo clutch because you're like, oh man, you could have done better if you were a duo, but sometimes that's where Booga just feels comfortable. So great to see him kind of pick up some points there for the duo.
Man, so exciting. I just cannot believe
Bro,
that
how
was
are
game
they-
number 1. Is there anything really quickly you guys are excited to see about game number 2?
Bro, the advertisement.
Oh, sorry. I was about to say be
advertisement
played
actually
out.
looks so good, bro.
Yes, I want
Like,
to
why does it actually
see
look good?
CLIX and PETERBOT go up against each other again.
Yeah, I mean, hey, another great win like that. Some more solo clutches. I feel like we've gotten so many this weekend, and I just can't get enough of them.
How much people?
Man, oh man. All right, we're just waiting on word here if the
2682,
game
bro.
is ready, and then we're gonna jump in. Man, this has been absolutely incredible. I
Being
cannot wait
adventure?
to see more. Can we get that VR out of CLIX and Higgs, right? Can we get that VR out of PETERBOT and Pollo? Could Booga come out, surprise us all with craze, and get one as well?
We're
Oh my gosh, so
400?
many stories. This heat is absolutely packed, and I can't believe it. 4 more games.
No, child, I'll
Guys,
actually
we
play
have
a Fall
4
Guys
more
album.
games to go.
That's right. I mean, we've already had 30 teams punch their way into the FNCS Grand Finals. And now we get to add one more to that. 31. We have 14 to go for today. And then, of course, we have the last chance qualifier, Zeke. 5 more teams
Being
being
Adventure
able
is
to make
actually
their way
number
into the
one.
Grand
All right,
Finals
we're
by
playing
the
Adventure, chat.
last strand of chance. Who's it going to be,
Bro,
Zeke?
chat,
Well,
let's
we
get our
gotta still
skin ready.
figure out who 14 are going to go through today.
Let's find out right now, Kelly. Games are ready. So casters, take it away.
I spoke
leave
too
that at
soon
his
yesterday,
voice.
Jacob. You know, I thought we saw the play of 2026, and then
short, though. There we
Yamzo
go.
shows up like, give us a second, monster. We got Heat
Hey, you
3
can't
here,
leave.
and it's getting really exciting now. Let's jump on the bus for game number 2.
I'm not sure what can match that type of height in that last game, but I thought that after Bolts' clutch, I thought that after
let's see what this is
Benno
all
went
about.
crazy. Now it's Yamzo's turn, and we still have 14 more teams to
we can
qualify to the FNCS Grand Finals here today. But now that Josh and Yamzo have qualified, Frigid Fortress is now up for grabs.
This
Where-
is not
I
in,
wanna
like,
go to the
of
death
a
run.
bad drop by
Sure.
any means, right? It's got everything you quite literally need. And they had the whole drop to themselves, right? You saw it in the last round. I mean, they got super looted, then went for that little bit of metal off to that north outpost, and they were very much set up. I'm curious to see who is going to go ahead and step in and take that drop here now that it's opening up. Jumping in over at the Humble Heels, you can see teams are now just starting to touch base,
No.
get situated here in
Died.
game number 2. Early action happening on the other side though. Kiffy and Feya, this is a fight in the last game. It went quite the distance, deep into the storm and then far north towards the Sandies. So this time we'll see if Proxy and Tenya can put up a better fight, maybe
Chat, watch
somehow
out.
escape the wrath of Feya and Kiffy. They did a relatively good job defending themselves last time, and
Make it from here.
looks like Feya and Kiffy
Bang.
are a bit passive here.
Yeah, and it looks like history might repeat itself, because remember that last time a third party came in, interrupted the fight, and that's exactly what's happening here. In the minimap, you see a third team rotating in, but Kiffy Feya, they were at least they get one of those 2 eliminations. And Tenya almost fully boxed up. He has one wall trying to protect himself, and it's not going to work. They break into the box, they get the full wipe. But this is Waffle, this is Aiden, they're already here, and they don't want to give them a chance to heal up.
Actually got lucky that Feya wasn't the one tagged there. I don't really know how weak he is just yet. Now definitely the information's gotten across the table. Oh no, it's not looking good for Kiffy and Feya. They are both very weak. Aiden owns the wall. Little missed edit there. It's going to lose him a chance to get the quick elims. And now another team's coming in. Depending on how long Kiffy can just play a bit more defense, maybe they can survive,
Chat's
but
not even
no.
6 yet, bro. That's crazy.
He goes down first. Here comes the new team now standing right on top of them, and Feya has a little opportunity possibly to escape here. But no, Waffle Joe, Aiden are hot on his heels here. They don't let him escape at all. They get the elimination and the full finish. And look at this. Zifta and Slam, who are just walking on up here. Void watching from distance, listening. We knew that they like to play those huge surge towers, but you can't resist a good fight either.
I was thinking to myself, wait, I think I've seen this before. They're now the 4th party coming in, and good job for Aiden and Waffle to spot that out after the last second. They were able to build, they box up, just kind of making them rethink that situation. You can see there's a huge chunk of shield missing onto Slam, so you already know they don't have the resources to get that shield back. So we tune in. Carillion's down. Oliver trying to get the revive, and he saves the day. That's one of our contested fights on the north side of the map.
Very good. Right before that, Carillion actually took down Smack there as well. So they seem to be winning their off-spawn contestation very comfortably now for 2 games here. PETERBOT Boyo, huge amount of points earned, clearly coming out of that first the first game there. Now I wanted to say, man, it was all Boyo's fault. You know, I know we're giving Yamzo the big clutch, but it's Boyo who put CLIX and Higgs in that shambles position to begin with. He was just playing absurdly well. Look at this.
Didn't thin out the lobby. I wonder if that first time that PETERBOT and Poyo fought Logan and his duo down there, maybe they're second guessing it. It might not be worth it. They already have their POI uncontested, and they get the gas
Can y'all
station with the
actually
slurp
believe
truck
Yamzo
just
1v2
outside
like
of
that,
it as
bro?
well.
It's
So they
actually
have a ton
crazy.
of loot. Just don't
Probably
need to
one of
be
the
greedy in this
craziest things I've ever seen.
situation, especially with a big solo clutch by Poyo to kind of keep them in line with a lot of the other teams that are performing well today. As Taki landing some good damage onto Hazard and Chaotic. Just kind of accumulating that Storm Surge, so that one less thing to have to worry about as the game progresses. But landing over at Riptides, they were able to get that mythic Iron Pump. One of the few weapons in the game right now, Monster, that can one pump anybody, even if they're full health and shield.
Super powerful in the right hands. Taki, obviously a veteran here. Just to add to that Logan, like the Logan PETERBOT dynamic, I think it's the opposite. I think Logan's like, hey, I can't believe we won that. I'm 1-0. Let's just stay away. We know what they're trying to do now, and we managed to survive the storm. So I think they're actually avoiding catastrophe by playing even further out from PETERBOT and Boya. We'll see if they end up clashing before the day's over. Jumping back with Zune and Noisy, though. We have Noah Plays and Carbone just on their defensive stance right now. They're opting to play the low ground. Don't like what I see on the material count for Noah and Carbone. Seems like things are looking a bit rough here for them.
Be careful. This is another team just south of Sandy Strip. You can already see it in the mini-map. He's hearing the noise. He's getting a little curious here. Is this something he can land one shot, maybe jump into the box, take advantage? The Carbone and Noah Plays playing the low side of this entire fight, boxed up, making sure they have full control over their pieces. And this is a tough situation for Noah and Carbone. You can see their material count drastically low for being at this point in the game. So the longer they stay here, the less chances they're going to be able to accumulate anything. But I did see it in the feed. Higgs did get a drop onto 1-2 players with Oliver and Carillion. So that game-saving play to start the day might not mean so much with the aggression coming out from CLIX and Higgs, but he takes a huge shot, drop down to 60 HP. That's going to allow for Higgs to try to get a little bit of pressure here. Allow for CLIX to heal up and not allow for Carillion to do the same.
It is another set of points earned there for Higgs. They're gonna go ahead and dance on Oliver and Carillion there. So they might have won the drop, but unfortunately CLIX and Higgs have a strategy of their sleeves to rotate north and take them down. That's going against the storm as well. Zypta, Void Slam, come on in, and they find themselves that elim that they've been looking for here on the edge. This time, though, it is unfortunately going to be Noah plays. They show up just in time, too, right? Noah and Crew had a great amount of heals, as you can see here, but they did not have the material count to really stand things out. Look at how it ends up playing out. They walk right up to the wood walls, catch them completely off guard there, and just make it work.
Yeah, they weren't even the originators in that fight. That was the team I told you from south of Sandy Strip, hearing the noise, rotated in. They played that lurk perfectly, not to just get one, but both of those eliminations. Even if they don't get a lot of loot, it's the Storm Surge, I think, that's most important for that situation. As Cole and Madden trying to get out of Frigid Fortress. They land just north of the actual POI, east of the mountain where Oliver, OG, and Carillion land as well. It's a little bit of a split drop. They don't necessarily get a chance to get all of their resources, so they kind of stop places along the way to make sure they have the mats maxed up for the end game.
See how it's going to be looking now. So we're jumping on over with Booga. We'll update with Craze here. Playing a bit of a cheeky spot. You could call this a little lurk, if you will. To see if anyone's gonna be walking by. Yep, they find Ties here and his duo. Couple tags set them up, but no knocks, nothing fancy to really give them the reason to push here just yet.
Yo, nobody's
rotate out.
I was gonna see great play for them. Again, Booga crazed. They got a good feeling of how each other wants to play. They just kind of position towards the bush for Booga. They're not necessarily trying to all-out 50-50 fight, get eliminations here. He's just trying to build up the Storm Surge so that way he can make the rotations he does. Booga's one of those players, as he IGLs, he likes to make far and slow rotations and get in on dead side of the zone overall. And right now, with the zone pulling towards the west, he's staying towards south of Battlewood. He might be trying to do that same thing here.
You saw what Booga does in the end game. This is really where he starts to shine. He's not a flashy mid or early game player. He tends to pace himself very well, but end game, the tarping, the fighting, right? Like the game sense really kicks in. You can see that experience start to shine through. Taki and Void continuing to have their strong performance. See what they can make happen here. A little update with their loadout situation. I mean, you talked about that Mythic Shotgun. It's looking very, very good for them right now. And they're just turning this whole entire building inside out. So they'll have plenty to work with, especially if the zone ends up continuing to pull this way.
And I know most people might already know, but at Riptides is one of the only places you can actually get that Mythic Shotgun. Just like Wonky Land has its little mini game, there's like a wait at Riptides that takes a long time to lift up if you're just going straight for it. But there are 6 different stakes around the POI. If you eat at least 3 of those, it'll make it to reduce that time so you can almost open it up like a chest. It's not a guaranteed Mythic Iron Pump, but it's definitely high chances. And so far, 2 for 2 games, they were able to get it.
Yeah, I remember when the season dropped and I saw a clip of someone trying to lift that or like play that mini game. I was like, what is going on? This is Fortnite. Like, for real. Look at that ozone. Golden here. It's a little bit of high ground over Craze and Booga. Pop shots going out, but Booga and Craze again playing for that dead side rotate. You can see there's really not too much resistance on the western side at the moment. A couple teams are on their heels, but Craze just waiting for an opportunity to do something here.
50 damage just like that from Paper and Rezi. It's gonna connect. Just kind of caught out. We're going over towards Humble Hills. So where Paper and Rezi are now and where they have to go, you see there's different elevation changes and they have to go directly into a team that's positioned on the mountain. Towards their west, you see Booga and Craze, and they're kind of just trapped in the middle. We saw Paper before the rotation take 50 damage. There goes Rezi, take it over 100 damage. So this is putting Paper and Rezi in a position to where they might have to fight later on in this game, or maybe even right now, depending on what they're at in Storm Surge.
Continue to take their time. Clean rotates here all through the valley. On the other side, though, take a look at the fight going down right now. We already knew the warnings were coming out. It's going to force players to battle, but Evade and Wave, man, having quite the tough game, too. They're 160 below. 81 players standing, so quite a fair stretch before the surge is going to turn off here.
Not going to be easy at all. Again, they're just rotating in the direction of where all players are already positioned on different mountain ranges. Even if they're not on an actual mountain range, they got a surge base, so not going to be very easy to rotate in, especially if you don't actually do have the shockwaves. For CLIX and Higgs, you can see the zone moving on over towards the western side of the map. We saw early rotations in game number 1. In game number 2, they're sticking to their strategy over here at Wonky Land. They go ahead and build up on that Ferris wheel. And I talked about 2 different rotations, and already you see they're building up towards the top of Wonky Land. This is where you can glide in, use the different effects with the fizz, with the actual shockwave as well. There's another one, a secret one, where if you use that full combination and you go through the Ferris wheel, that launches you so far, and if you can combine that with the different rifts that are on the map with low gravity, it extends how far you can actually go. You can almost cover the whole distance of a map in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, definitely one of the stronger strategies that are available right now, and that's what makes Wonky such a powerful drop, right? And in the hands of CLIX and Higgs, we'll surely see it before the finals is up. For now, they've earned a lot of points in that game 1, right? So like one more end game like that, and regardless if you get the dub or not, I think they'll be just fine. Seem to be playing exceptionally well.
Don't go away, so don't you get me started now.
Think about Chimpy and Liam here.
I think they did pretty well in terms of Storm Surge in that last game. It's just right now 21 above. They realize they can be comfortable here, position themselves where they need to be, but in the back of their mind, whether if it's this zone or the next, they need to start getting damage because they eventually will fall under the damage threshold if they sit where they're at now. Could be similar for Lawrence and Joe, 231, but they position themselves on the edge, right now, so any team rotating in from either Wonky Land, Scribbly Shores, maybe a little bit towards the south.
We gotta lock in, like Locky 6-7.
Opportunities like this, a little bit of a
Locky
wide
6-7 is locked in.
clear view.
That's why they almost
on
killed
players trying to use shockwaves to get in.
The other side, though, look at this. Crazy Booga finding their little position in the action here.
Yo, trying to kill locked in
Take a
6-7.
couple of those slices of pizza to get his HP right
Yeah,
back
but
up and into the mix.
so I
There's
thought
some options
you
of
don't
loot
ever
to
try and
pick
kill
from
locked
here,
in
but
6-7.
the fact that they're not
Disrespectful.
pouncing at the opportunities is showing us that they're being very cautious, and they really are concerned with the Storm Surge right now. They've done just enough to stay in the game here. Talk about those smart rotates, trying to play dead side, and it all pays off right here as the zone ends up landing right on top of them. Here comes the reinitiation. This is a very smart fight, right? Not waiting for the surge to kind of give them the warning, but instead knowing that, hey, there's definitely danger nearby. The rest of the lobby recognizes what's happening too. A bit of pressure coming from different angles here, so they kind of ease up right now, but they will have to find some fights here shortly.
Yeah, and depending
I
on how much
noticed it at
damage they
first.
took from the double lobby spray, they might have to fight the next best team, which was Booga and Praise. Enpen and Jack off was suffering the Storm Surge, but only 5 below the damage threshhold. This is where you're kind of
100?
threading the needle here. Do you go for a big play, a shotgun shot in the box, or you just
14,
try to
14.
stay far away? But at this point in time, everybody is rotating, and even if you find yourself above like they are now, they have to rotate too. So it's only going to get harder and more dangerous as they continue to push forward on this next rotation, and timing is definitely of the essence because they are in a current active 5-tick zone.
Yeah, and you can see that although they went to Dark Dominion for that extra loot, it was going to be their biggest mistake as the zone pulls back across the PETERBOT. Meanwhile, just doing what he does, man. Finding the important eliminations at the tail end, I would say, of the mid game, early end game now, and that's going to really reward them with the maps that they're going to need to play well here. CLIX Higgs already positioning up in metal. This is a sign that they're looking to base down and stay completely out of sight for a little bit
Go.
here.
Can't see you.
550
No.
above. They're playing very, very well. And again, from one highlight to another, Jacob, PETERBOT continues to do what he does here.
Get away
Blueberry
from him.
Mist is going to keep him alive. Storm does the rest for him. And I mean, they already were 5-5-5 cap, and then they get the follow-up finish there, and they're just sitting on an abundance of loot there.
Yeah, just got to be careful there because they did a good job of getting the elim, but they traded shots. They only went 40 up in terms of Storm Surge. We jump on board Moxie along with Wolf, who's trying to survive the lobby spray. 280 below the damage threshold. Shots pouring in from all directions, but they have to start to get active. They don't really have resources to heal this. They almost need 2 full eliminations worth of damage. That's why they have to be persistent with the pressure on Nicole and Madden. But somebody just jumps up out of nowhere. Moxie lands the shot, but Wolf does go down, realizing you have to get more damage. Can't be the hero, can't go for the revive, because
Bang.
whoever that was down below, now Surge is activating, trying to take advantage of the actual shield, but just seconds too late, trying to get in the box. Moxie and Wolf will fall.
So close right there to actually turning that one around, but that low ground shot was a huge surprise and just put her teammate down, unfortunately. Look at this though, PETERBOT playing the late storm rotate as well. Bluga
what am I
goes for
supposed
the
to do right
early
here?
one here. He's gonna get front side of the beginning of the safe zone here. Craze is here to back him out. They're already through most of their heavy material though. This is quite a situation right now.
Don't even necessarily need it. They already have the 2 eliminations. They're well above the damage threshold. But when opportunities like that come by, you don't let them slip through your fingers. Just accumulating more surge, more points for the actual eliminations. But PETERBOT and Koyo, 3 eliminations on to PETERBOT. We know how he's getting those eliminations. He's trading big damage, so he's not necessarily going up the Storm Surge leaderboard overall. But a quick lobby spray in that direction. They're able to get 20 more damage to their totals, but they still have a long way to go and a rotation to make. That's going to make it difficult.
CLIX is by himself right now. So actually lost CLIX
Yeah,
on
I'm a
that
lobby
rotate, even after getting an elimination there. That was only a 3rd elim here in the game, so CLIX just has to watch here from the sideline. Higgs goes all in on this player here. And look at the speed at which he was about to actually find that elimination, but that player just barely slips away. The Storm, though, is on the edge. There's the finish. I think he even had a little bit of surge pressure there, too. So Higgs just recognizing that that was an elim waiting to get picked up. Well played for him. Meanwhile, breaks out the outside now, and here he goes to the new zone. We've seen Higgs every
Higgs isn't
highlight
dead yet.
now, just playing the mist kind of effect into a shockwave here. There's just so much happening here in this endgame.
Yeah, just trying to get to the front side of the zone
They
is
didn't
solos.
win.
It's a necessity. It's King and Aviv finding crucial eliminations here. You can see King from 20 builds to 60. He just got stacked off of that
They're not dead yet.
elimination, plus the heals that they're able to get. And for Aviv and King, remember, they won 2 different games
They're
in
not
one
dead
of the eval finals. And I'm the guy that's thinking, what have you done for me lately? So hopefully they continue that hot streak here today. Taki and Zeke trying to break into the box. That team's going to go ahead and disengage on out, giving priority on this rotation to Taki and Zeke as they make their way towards the front. High ground
Who won
early
second
on,
game?
Muss and his duo up above. And this is where we're going over mountains.
They are
Some
dead.
recycled
Who won
builds
second?
monster, so it's not going to be easy opportunities for them to get elims.
Yeah, talk about light builds though. Look at this. Booga, Craze already running out. They're forced to kind of play this mid-ground layer. They're just trying to rat across, right? Break into enemy builds, see if they can find someone waiting there, but no, Booga actually gets caught off. Meanwhile, Higgs is playing the Storm right now, and they get spotted out. Higgs is using that effective bounce all the way out and around, and this is something you rarely see a rotate like that, but Higgs is just so smart at reading the Storm right there. Excellent, excellent map knowledge, excellent awareness of the builds that are available as well, and the ability to play around it. And this is why he's clutching up points right now.
Yeah, Praise was trying to do the same thing. Got a couple of extra placements, but wasn't able to pull it very far. So now it's really up to Higgs. And this is something, when they first formed, CLIX and Higgs were looking good. They went through a little bit of a drought where they were forced to solo clutch each of them. And I think Higgs is one of the guys that can
we trying to get
pull
the
up a
umbrella for
lot
real?
of points by himself. PETERBOT and Poyo using the
How much
shockwave
for
merely
umbrella?
for the effect. He's trying to get towards the front. High ground has
I
to
think I'm
dip
in
down. You got to
five.
wonder what their build is. Light as Higgs picks up another elimination here. Finding some struggles, actually picking it up, but he hits another haymaker, but eventually he gets flanked, taken down, sent back to the lobby.
PETERBOT and Poyo actually found 2 as well, and Poyo goes into the Storm, trying to bring back some heals, but unfortunately couldn't find enough there. So PETERBOT desperately low right now, still fighting on the edge. Meanwhile, you have Golden and Ozone, 5 Elans right now, cooking up in the mid layer as well. There's a lot happening on the low ground though. Everyone I see down there is just in shambles here.
We're going PETERBOT.
And we'll see as it plays over this water terrain. This is only going to get more and more difficult here. No one is looking really healthy at this given time. This is going to just be a full-on blender fest coming up.
Yeah, nobody's really solidified themselves as the high ground.
Poyo.
That one got chopped down. Poyo does it again. I'm already getting that feeling of deja vu, but that one shortly ended. Must returns to the scene of the crime. He was the one on high ground, ran out of builds, gets the back-to-back, and puts himself right back on top. High ground here is so important because look how in shambles everybody is down below.
I'm telling you, when you just look at the builds, no one's got anything, but Madden is living off the siphon in a dream right now. Although he's a solo, everyone might as well be one as well because no one's got builds. It is now a solo, a 1v1v1. Madden's on the low ground. Winner takes all and goes to finals here, Jacob.
A lot of pressure, but Lulu already got 2. He took down the only duo left in this game, but now he's in a 1v1. Gets the control, gets the piece, and he gets the elimination. 1v1. All that work for this against Muzz, who takes that first tick of Storm damage. Nobody really has a huge lead here in terms of HP, but Muzz fighting tooth and nail, not giving up. The chomp is in. Lulu gets the elimination. 8 eliminations by himself and a trip to the grand finals. Congratulations.
I already knew. I knew something crazy was going to happen. When you start looking at the builds, look at the total effective HP, and you're on the low ground, and no one's got anything. That's how that game's going to crumble there.
Wow. Dude, these games in Heat 3 have just been so chaotic. I mean, when we're coming down to a 3-way 1v1v1, what is happening in
my
these
gosh, what's wrong with
games?
my ping?
But shout outs to the duo Along and Lulu. Lulu coming in clutch.
It's literally
8
because we have a robot
Now
vacuum
they're going
and
to
they
be
have to use
making their way
internet
to
controller, bro.
next weekend's
Where?
finals, Kelly.
I mean,
Robot vacuum doesn't
when
even
it
do
comes
anything
down
special,
to
bro.
it, it is
I can
all
do that
about
job.
chaos because it's all about the desperation,
Alright, bro, it's
Zeke.
literally vacuuming 5
Everyone
times
wants
today.
to make sure
Bro,
that they
like,
do
what?
not have to
It's
go
literally
through that
vacuuming 5
last
times
chance
today, chat.
qualifier where everyone
it
from
hasn't
Div
vacuumed
1
for
to
like a
Div
whole
5
month.
has that
But it
chance to
decided
make it
vacuum
through.
5 times
No,
today, chat.
this is where they want to go
I think
through,
it's going
and
insane.
that is exactly what Alongo FM and Lulu have done
Still
today.
on my internet too.
That is
Because it just now ended-
exactly their
it just now ended the
destination
cycle.
now,
Look at my ping.
grand finals. And I gotta tell you guys, I've been saying it all weekend, every single time it happens, this is gonna be the first time for both Alongo and Lulu that they're gonna be making a trip to an FNCS grand finals. And in what fashion? That is incredible. As you can see right here, we're tuning in with the Lulu POV, and that was top 11 as a solo. Who knows how far back this run actually went? And it was just all of the chaos. Kelly kind of mentioned it. MDF was constantly calling it out. Nobody had any mats, and somehow the refreshes that just kept getting found inside of the storm just kept the push going
Yeah,
here
let me
for
start putting this
Lulu.
late.
And I gotta tell you, Kelly, the shots that some of our players
Just
make,
go relax
right,
and play this
builds
a
are
little bit.
breaking, you have the high ground, you're getting dropped
Well,
down.
FNCS is
Like,
going on.
how is the last shot possible? I swear, I used to play this game professionally, and sometimes I'm like, wow, incredible stuff.
With the launch up 2 to take high and get the final elimination,
that.
Lulu
What?
148 is definitely feeling good right now, Zeke.
Oh my gosh, stunned on that lobby for no reason. Okay, well, for the duo, they'll be making it to the finals. I'm excited to see what they might be preparing
Why am
this
I doing
week
quests?
and what they might be looking to bring to that finals lobby, because the summit awaits. I cannot wait. Oh my gosh. Okay, right now we're gonna go to a break. When we come back, we'll start to prepare ourselves for game number 3. So we'll see you real soon.
Me and this film teammate are just like relaxing, bro. Oh my gosh. The heck? What's up, Scott? The timer for? Support. That's literally the FNCS. Just wondering, like,
Welcome back, Fortnite the
Legit.
FNCS. Game number 3 is right around the corner, but in case you missed out on game number 2, we've got to talk about some of the crazy plays that happened. A lot of things, of course, surrounding PETERBOT and Pollo. Once again, Kelly, Pollo gets put in a solo clutch situation and nets a bunch of points for the duo. I'm just saying, people better put some respect on my boy Polo.
Listen, people will say pollo means chicken in Spanish. So how can this be this, you know, this powerhouse, this staple of the NAC region? But chickens are the closest related relative to the Tyrannosaurus
American
Rex.
eagle.
And if you look at chickens compared to humans, they outnumber humans 1 to 4. So the next time you want to go up against someone and you want to fear the chicken, that is a good fear to have, because pollos are dangerous, and Pollo once again proves it here at NAC.
All right, I think Kelly's going with the strength in numbers philosophy right now, but I think Pollo's going the exact opposite route, right? He's proven time and time again he doesn't need a teammate. I mean, yeah, maybe to like get him to the end game, that obviously helps. But once he's there, Pollo constantly showing up with these solo clutches. Not before though. I mean, PETERBOT, obviously we know him. He's going to pick up some eliminations before he goes down. But right now, doesn't look like PETERBOT and Pollo are going to be winning any of these games. They're kind of just going for some sort of elimination record because they cannot let go of that W key, constantly finding themselves in some sort of a fight, no matter what point of the game we are in.
9 Elins, right? My
Bro,
goodness.
what
they're
is my
going
teammate doing?
crazy. Yeah, I feel like sometimes they can just get themselves a win, or sometimes they can just terrorize the lobby and put everyone else on notice. Another duo that did well, obviously CLIX and HEATS. I mean, we're seeing them perform. They haven't
teammate.
quite gotten to that same like place we did last game, right? Where they had high and everything was good. We saw, you know, a couple mistakes here and there, but again, it's just these lobbies, right, Kelly? They're so chaotic, and you know, if this was a finals, you might be able to have some kind of plan, but HEATS, man, it's just a different story.
And I think especially like you're saying, when it comes down to HEATS, you're going to go with the tried and true strategy. We know that HEATS especially loves to run the low ground. If you actually look at the play-in performances, for this heat, he has the most build
Nice
plays.
teammate.
And that is definitely due to the fact of how he likes to run low ground. Especially when you get into these later zones, he loves to push forward into Storm and build out multiple like boxes there to be kind of like stopping everyone else pushing front zone from him. So I think that's kind of what we're seeing HEATS and CLIX kind of fall back into. Less so going for the high ground and more so going for that control of the front zone.
I mean, just tough break there for CLIX as well. I swear, anytime you tune into like a healthy, one of our top teams throughout the season, right? They're having like a healthy game. They try to make some sort of a rotate with those overdrive grenades.
Are we gonna
and they
finish the reboot, bro?
combine it with the mist. And you're just in the air for so long, you know what I mean? You can get beamed out so easily. I feel like it just happens so much this season.
Build.
So many of your teams good at aiming, and they're well aware of those rotates. But yeah, tough break there for CLIX. HEATS still goes
Find
on to
some
pick
white.
up a couple points as a solo, so they're still going to be, you know, fine in terms of the consistency standard.
I mean, HEATS also, you saw the very moment, that last moment there right before he was eliminated, he dropped 170 over onto Peter, right? So that might have been what led to PETERBOT ultimately going down and Pollo having to solo clutch. So it's crazy that even when he goes down, he's going down swinging. Oh my gosh. We also saw another duo I don't myself know too much about, Muzz and Liquid. In that last game, Muzz was left as a solo, but man, they were moving and grooving.
No, we say, you know, multiple times during the heats of the competition that we love this opportunity for some of these lesser known teams to kind of get this opportunity to shine. And what better way to shine than all the way on high ground for Liquid and Muzz FB? Just a handful of eliminations and making sure that once high ground was kind of contested, they did a pretty good job trying to recover, trying to drop down a little bit, and even being able to still hold high ground as a solo player. Muzz definitely proved himself here in heat number 3.
Yeah, fully thought Muzz honestly had this right, because I knew, yeah, the build count on the side of Muzz was just so healthy compared to pretty much the rest of the lobby at this point in the game. I think when we tuned into him in one of those final moments, he had like 80 builds available. So I was like, oh yeah, definitely got this. And that would have been their first time in grand finals as well. So no matter who won that 1v1, we were getting first timers in the grand finals. But hey, a controlling height game like that from the duo, that's got to be boosting the confidence. And I mean, obviously, yeah, you didn't get the win, but getting that second place and some eliminations, that does so well on the leaderboard. So they're going to be up there in the top of the leaderboard as well.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, guys. 30 seconds left before we get the ball rolling again. What are we thinking, Kelly? You know, we kind of had this discussion at the start of show. High ground. Are we seeing enough players look up? That was kind of the big thing you called out. We need to just be looking up and not let that happen.
Yeah, definitely. But I mean, between the names that we're seeing that are actually controlling high ground right now, it definitely seems like no one is afraid to look up, and I think that is perfect right now. But for me, I want to see some of our bigger names take that high ground and turn it into a win.
Okay, we'll have to see if that happens here. Game number 3 is ready, so casters, over to you.
This is that pivotal halfway point, game number 3, where it really kind of controls your destiny and really decides how much control you have over the rest of the game. Do you get to play freely for the win or placement, or do you have to go for the win? Right now, Monster, that threshold is 63 points.
Yeah, I feel like we've been very distracted by the fact that these wins have been so good, so explosive, and honestly extremely entertaining. But we do have to start focusing on who is in that race, like you're talking about here, Jacob, because yeah, it does matter playing consistent as well.
Yeah, and it's just one of those
What's up,
things
big
where
dog?
you kind of look at the games go by. You just gotta get as close to the top of the leaderboard as possible, not save it for that last and final game. Because we saw yesterday literally points differentiating who goes to the grand finals and who doesn't. Game number 3 is ready, so let's just jump right in.
All right, game 3 now is kicking off here. So what have we seen so far? A lot of endgame action, big teams, of course, popping up and showing up when it matters most. But to drive that story about consistency, you have to win your drop spot first. And this is where you still have a chance to turn things around, right? Game 1, game 2 are out the window. But if you do well in 3 like solid games back to back, you can still be in the conversation. Talk about that frigid fortress that opens up after Yamzo's victory there. Take a look at this. You even have the likes of Paper and Resi landing here, really getting desperate, I see.
Yeah, almost everybody that's landing here at Frigid Fortress now chose to stray away from a contested fight. Lo and behold, it becomes triple contested. Worse situation than it was before. A fight over towards 4 fields. Proxy, Kenya versus Fea and Kippy. An early lead already going down. And Kenya is going to be the first one dropped. 2v1 situation, but Kippy makes the play by himself, saving the day. And it's much quicker this game than every other game so far, negating any possibility of a third party sneaking up on you.
Yeah, it's only gotten faster so far, and I think they recognized that last game. I called it. I was talking about how passive they were and kind of taking that initial engagement. Seems like they've learned, but look at this, PETERBOT Boyo. What are you guys up to? What are you doing here?
We're playing musical chairs right now because I don't see CLIX and HEATS anywhere in Wonky Land. PETERBOT, Poyo, we kind of all knew some sense of this might go on. There's like, I don't know if it's a personal beef, in-game beef between PETERBOT and CLIX, but the 2 biggest names in Fortnite right now constantly going head-to-head. PETERBOT and Poyo looking to contest their drop, but guess who has a 9,000 IQ? HEATS and CLIX making the call, say, hey, this might be the game. They go over and steal this Squibbly Shorts drop spot to make sure that they are uncontested.
There's no way they can read him that well, though, right? Like, PETERBOT and Boyo surely can't be that predictable that CLIX and HEATS are just, you know, that far ahead of them mentally when it comes down to the strategy.
Going off by previous heats, I think it was around like 145 or so. The points kind of get towards if you're looking to make it in through consistency. CLIX and HEATS about 30 points away. That's like a top 10 in this game. I'm gonna be sitting safe for the rest of the tournament, or at least you think so. But how this game goes, they have to change up their strategy, whole different drop. They're going to prioritize rotating in, not even necessarily looting their POI. They're probably in the back of their mind, they think PETERBOT and Poyo knows we're not at Wonky Land. They're probably going to key the next place they think, which would be Squibbly Shorts. Crazy Booga remain uncontested, but this time around the Battlewood Boulevard gets a little bit of a boost. You get an extra % chance of the rare chest dropping and a little bit more gold. So for Booga and Craze, they might be eating good this game.
Yeah, most definitely. We've already seen them pretty well positioned. I mean, last game they had somewhat of an issue with Surge, but that was the later half of the end game, not necessarily early on. Finding their success in the fights. We're talking about successful battles. Of course, Ozone and Golden we saw there, getting their hands a little dirty in that end game too, before falling around zone 7 or so, but what's happening here? Fight, Cynics is in the box. He's gonna go ahead and clutch this one out. Win his ones, and just like that, Painted Palms is now theirs, but there's another team or 2 watching what's happening as Tragic lurks up into the box.
Yeah, I feel like this game is moving at a much quicker pace. You said it yourself, 2 other teams. Tragic thought they were the only ones lurking over in that direction, but they get a surprise for sure as Tragic gets down, trying to shockwave away. Vibes is there along with Cynics. They definitely turned the tables in an instant. They had no idea how many teams were there, but now it looks like they have a huge advantage trying to clean up that elimination, grab the body first, make sure they're able to get every scrap of the loot from this.
Taking the other POV here. Yup, that's the quick elim right there. It's a little confused why he shockwaved out the way he did, knowing that you just gave away your position to the team that you was on top of. But they're gonna be regretting that now. They didn't actually get the second teammate though, right? So he's still up.
He kind of got saved though, because once that third party comes in, it kind of slows things down. That's percent on the side, but then there's another team, Carbone and Noah plays. They get flanked there for a moment. Percent barely surviving, a whole nother duo, and it's just like, how long can you deal with pressure just like this? He's already at a reboot fan, but it's so crowded. You almost got to continue going towards the north, towards the outside of the zone, and hopefully these guys get bored here and rotate in, because I'm not sure how many other reboots are near this location.
I like how Carbone and Noah are like, oh, perfect, we're gonna be lurking this fight. Nope, there was 2 teams and the solo already doing the same exact thing. So just a lot happening there. Vive tingling right now back on the studios, just capping out material here. So let's see them farming this scaffolding for all the metal. Loadout's very strong. We haven't seen too much of a big performance done, you know, just yet in the end game. CLIX and HEATS though, adopting again the new strategy, if you will, obviously mixing things up right now to avoid the pursuit of PETERBOT and Pollo. They're gonna have to find a fight, right? They're gonna need to find some new damage here.
Yeah, typically you can kind of wait for Wonky Land. We saw in that last game, they were able to get the jump on Olive Roji.
Oh, we're all
waiting for
blanked.
them at the top of the mountain. This time around, they haven't had
Fucking
much
blanked, bro. Are
practice
we
or
serious?
reps landing at this spot in a set lobby and having to rotate elsewhere to try to get damage. They did get, I believe, a pump or 2 in there, but they're just happy with what they got as they rotate on out. You can see the edge of the zone, so it's already pulling towards the north, a little bit towards the center. Sandy Strip just on the edge. This is where Power, Penta, they land and kind of hover over here on this side of the map, and they have the luxury as well. That blob, you're able to use that with the shockwave to cover distance quickly.
I like that. It said no mercy, no decaf. It's hilarious.
Bro, my teammate was actually goated right there, bro.
Jumping with Goal's little high ground base here. Kind of editing through the cones to look around. A lot of players.
It was
inside,
actually
though.
crazy, bro.
Just went off to the outskirts. Might even be his teammate there. Be Madden. Yep, that is Madden on the outside, just trying to cap material right now.
I have to imagine for
Yeah, that
Surge,
was
it's gotta
literally
be a
masterclass
little
in the
bit
game
of a
right there.
better game for them, because they went from Josh and Yamzo at Frigid Fortress by themselves, and then they went to nobody really beating there, and then they went to a triple contested fight. So there's a lot of chances for them to try to get some Storm Surge with the way the map has changed up in each and every passing game. When we go back on over to this side of the map, Tragic, you see him in the background. He is rebooted, back on, ready to go. And we have another team, Aiden and Waffle. Typically, they would go towards 4 fields to get their early Storm Surge damage. Back-to-back games, they've third-partied it. But this time around, that fight ended so quick, they have to look elsewhere for their Surge.
Doing a good job so far. I'm walking up here, but spending a lot of time in the storm here for Yuki and Carlitos. They're gonna have to
What's up,
back
baby,
off
bro?
and heal here shortly. I'm jumping in with Lex. Missing too much of him. See it. So he's in a storm. Skating around the outside as well.
I know it's still early. We still got this game to play out. We got game 4 and game 5, but again, the point threshold around 63 points in terms of consistency. Light and Flex, they're about 20 points ahead of the curve. So as long as they honestly continue to have not even necessarily the best, they don't even need first, second, third places. They just need to remain consistently in the top 8 to hold on to their spot. Definitely making it sound easier than it actually is, especially from what we witnessed not only today but throughout the weekend so far. You jump on over to those here
Bro,
and
he thinks
issue
like I was showing or
6
something, bro. It's actually weird.
games in the play-ins, the most of any team, and that's impressive. I know it's kind of like a different feel playing through opens than in a set lobby, but even the best of the best don't usually get 6 wins. It goes to show that they're practicing the blueprint, probably playing for high elim and high ground games.
Just thinking about yesterday's point cutoff as well, right? Remember how many teams had 175 points? And when you look at the overall lobby stats and you compare it to this Heat lobby here, this set lobby, I mean, they're not too far off. So although the cutoff here is it's around the 60 range, that can change. That number can change really quickly, right? Depending on how the points begin to spread out and kind of funnel up towards the top here.
Huge part of that is depending on, like, if you're in game 3, game 4, top of the leaderboard, win a game, you essentially move that entire leaderboard up just a little bit, and giving the other teams a little bit of a cushion. But the zone continues to pull towards the north side of the map. And this is where, hey, you might have made a decision to triple contest the Frigid Fortress, but if you were able to make it off spawn, if you were able to get a loadout plus materials and maybe some heals, you're likely positioned pretty well right now. So it might be a decision that works out for you in the end. Just go back on over to Light and Flex. They do pick up an elimination here, get a little bit of extra resources, but zone pulling away, which means they're on a clock here to figure out when and where they're gonna start to rotate towards the zone.
Carlito's team, remember, they were the one that we saw really low on HP. The first to disengage from the lurk. And they had some heals to work with, but it seems like they spent a little too much time in the storm and they got caught out. Light and Flex there. Vive and King here finding a couple elims when we looked away for a moment there. Make that 4 actually now. Sus Studios bringing the action here. Must have been teams coming for these mending machines or something nearby, because they are swimming in loot right now.
Extra med kits, big pots. How did they get so much gold? Well, they already have 3
Chad, that
elims.
game
Yep,
was kinda
exactly
crazy, though,
what
not
you
gonna lie.
said, Monster. Trying to visit
Remember
that
he had a solo
vending
clutch
machine.
match
No,
match?
there are
No, I
so
had a
many
solo
on
clutch
the map.
in-game, bro.
This one is ours. That's what Aviv is putting down right now.
Just
Making
crazy.
sure to cross anyone off their list that looks to go and move through Sus Studios. Sandy Strip just outside of the POI. Again, you can see a lot of players slow
very
to
grateful that he's
rotate
actually a
in
good
this time
teammate.
around, and rightfully so. We see how chaotic the mid portions of the game are when you're actually inside of the zone. So a lot of these teams are trying to dodge any risk of taking damage.
See it though. Obviously using their chug jugs right now. Probably gonna end up leaving this one behind here, swapping for someone else. Hold up, PETERBOT, Boyo in a bit of a fight right now. Boyo's definitely damaged, but he got the exchange here. He's got a knock. PETERBOT stepping up to finish the deal. Just doing exactly what he needs to, just giving them a little bit of time to work with. How's he still up? Just rolling in the box here, I'll never know.
His teammate already went down. Boyo pressuring from the bottom to try to make it a little bit easier for PETERBOT to try to get that elimination shot off. But he realized, hey, this is Peter, this is Boyo. We can't stay in this position. I got a shockwave out if I have any hope of getting back into this game, and really did just catch him off guard. And that's been the thing we've seen from PETERBOT and Boyo so far in some of their fights, is they do attack from 2 different sides, catching so many players off guard.
And that was with a third party shooting at him there too at the end. Somehow still managed to close it out, and that third party just thought twice after the Elam fell through for Krilly and Oliver OG. Much better game for them after being eliminated early last game by CLIX and Higgs, but little drop spot between PETERBOT and Boyo. Now CLIX and Higgs back here. Everything's ending, collapsing at the wonky land. It seems like we will likely get that engagement between the two. And who better than CLIX and Higgs to kind of play this end game out? But PETERBOT and Boyo have already showed us that they know the strategies here. They know just as how to play this just as well, if you will.
Just outside of the Ferris wheel. Probably one of the highest positioned teams as of now. The mountain truly hasn't opened up on the north side of the zone. CLIX and Higgs, 155 above the damage threshold. Honestly, I don't think, in terms of where they're at now in comparison to every other game they've landed wonky land, I don't think it's just too different. They're at their POI, they're above the damage threshold, they have a decent loadout. So it's almost looking like business as usual at this point in time for CLIX and Higgs. Madden and Cole really taking advantage of the zone. While other teams qualified out of Frigid Fortress, the mountain towards the north, Cole and Madden has been a staple on that side of the map, and they're quickly putting it to use, rotating quickly towards wonky land. They're not necessarily attaching themselves to that top mountain because the majority of the lobby does believe that it is going to pull towards the south instead of towards the north.
Yeah, this is just all intuition now, right? All speculation, if you will. We don't know where the zone's gonna go. It's gonna go north. So those that made the decision to play up there a little sooner instead of later, gonna get rewarded here now. Crazy and Buga though get spotted out by PETERBOT Boyo. The edit open there, and they immediately get punished for it. Surge is active here. giving the lobby the warning now. How far they need to go. PETERBOT Boyo have the luxury to move late here. And they can even use the boosted rotate if they really want to try to take some clean, high positioning. We'll see what they end up doing. It's a risk either way. Flurry on the other side, though, under some serious pressure below the surge. Damage coming through. Shots from the left and right sides. It's going to be Bobby who picks up the quick elim there, putting them at 2.
Good elim for them, because it's not necessarily the 3 points that they're getting, but it's the storm surge that's really just been crushing dreams all weekend long. Those 400 above. You can see the strikes of lightning going off in the distance for players that might not have that same luxury, that same feeling of comfortability. CLIX and Higgs, they're 200 above, instantly position themselves in towards zone. Now they're looking back of every other team that either has to rotate in by foot or really taking advantage of those shockwaves being used. Waffle Joe taking the brunt force of that damage and focus overall. And this is where it's going to really start to get interesting, because if we pull anywhere else but the eastern side from here on out, we are good, Monster. If we pull towards the east on top of that mountain, you better buckle in, because it's going to be a roller coaster of emotions.
Yeah, definitely. This one gets really steep here. For Higgs, I'm looking at his ammo count, though. It is not looking too good, man.
Bro,
They are starting to gas out early here. And that's what happens when you don't have your usual draw spot.
Crazy for real.
Try to avoid PETERBOT Boyo for what it's worth. Meanwhile, Waffle, though, lost his teammate 480 below. It doesn't get worse than this. He is the lowest on the standings. But hey, the lobby gets to breathe here, Jacob. It doesn't go east. It's going to come back south, right back into old builds.
Yeah, and depending on kind of how he plays this, there will be other teams trying to rotate first, beat him to the punch, but 400, he just doesn't have the time to wait. That's over 2 full eliminations. He tries to approach onto one, but gets flanked by a whole nother team. Down he goes, outside of placement, leaving it to the last 2 games of the day to try to pick up either a win or enough points to make it in through consistency. PETERBOT and Boyo quickly rotating on over. Necessarily haven't had too many big worries in this match, but I don't know if they know that's Higgs or not, but they're ready to drop on top. Boyo ends up into the box. Big shots to be fired, but both of them being dropped down low to just a little bit of HP. PETERBOT and Higgs need their teammates to alleviate the pressure, and that's exactly what Boyo's trying to do. CLIX doing the same thing on the other side, and for now, the dust is settling. Both teams will live to tell the tale, since they still have to rotate towards the south into the next zone.
You got to give respect, though. Excellent ambush. PETERBOT, I mean, Higgs' reaction was so fast to block out PETERBOT just in time and actually make it a 2v1 and then a 1-to-1 head-to-head while, you know, the teams were kind of going back and forth, tit for tat there in the engagement. That could have gone either way for both sides because it did not go as planned. But there you have it. That's what a high-level engagement looks like, right? When the 2 best of the best go toe-to-toe, you can see it is dangerous times here, and it costs you a lot. Boyo and PETERBOT had already committed so much to, you know, bounce up to the high ground, make this strong structure base, and then play for a refresh right there. And for it to not go in their favor, now look, they're forced to low ground, trying to fight a different team, right? Because they are actually desperate now for a refresh.
Yeah, they're running out of builds, especially the way they play. They go crazy, grabbing every single piece. That's why they're trying to break into the box. Someone's just trying to run away further and further, but the CLIX is hot on the heel. The fact that nobody has even shot in their direction yet is huge, as they finally pick up that elimination onto Joe. Almost 400 above the damage threshold, but again, still, in comparison to probably where they want to be, they don't have a ton of materials, but it's rotating towards the south, back on over towards Wonky Land. They can go right back up to the high ground and try to solidify it as their own.
We were just talking about Aviv and King and managed to really get their groove going, kind of play into an endgame, and finally they're here, kind of situated now. But look at this, PETERBOT, Higgs, Boyo, all going back to back now, clashing once again here for the high ground, but Higgs forced to concede it to give it up, but PETERBOT's got his number. He's pressuring down. They want to get this finish. They want that fight, but Booga and Craze are also here in the conversation. They're going to be the last one standing up top, and I don't even think they realize they're the team on high ground, right? All this action happening here. You see, you know, players chasing one another. It's only now they start to recognize, I think, that they're the team on top.
Yeah, I just got to be careful. I think they're being very, very cautious of the shockblades, of the Fizz. That can turn the tables in a moment's notice, especially if you get caught off guard. But Higgs and CLIX, they survive multiple onslaughts from multiple teams. Here comes another one as Higgs gets dropped down to less than 40 HP, trying to go ahead and maneuver around, waiting for CLIX and him to reunite, but it's not slowing down or stopping just yet. PETERBOT and Pollo strike again. Down goes CLIX. Higgs is trying to survive, quickly gets on out, but he's burning through his materials. No extra heals. He's forced in another solo clutch position.
He was lagging though.
It's crazy. So I'm just trying to think to myself, how do
You
they
can't do
keep
anything,
on
bro.
finding
Once
Higgs
he
and
literally
PETERBOT,
lagged.
right? Like, it's just like they have their number on them. PETERBOT, Pollo, they'll bouncing right
He's
back
literally
in.
using his
Yeah,
lag
sure,
tool.
they might be low on material, but they're
Bro, he's
back
one of
to
the
being
lag hacks,
healthy.
bro.
And this is where they're hunting right now. And the amount of, you know, again, speed of which they're pushing through these players' boxes. They're not giving anyone a chance. They get another one now. And look at the momentum starting to surge in their favor. Now PETERBOT has some mats to work with. Make it a little bit more if they catch another team on the outskirts.
PETERBOT doing PETERBOT things here, just taking names and just sending them right back to the lobby. You see them have interest, looking up for a moment, but they decide against it, continuously dropping down below. Higgs stuck by himself, but he's still figuring out a way to make it work. But now he's digging into the HP with the zone overtaking him, forced to fly forward. 2 builds left. CLIX, Higgs, they both need a miracle here if they're looking to continue to perform in this game. But he's going from miss to miss, hiding in the shadows until he's finally found out.
Yeah, but I'm looking at this outskirts now. You have Noxy here depending or deciding if he wants to possibly play for something big. Meanwhile, Golden and Ozone actually make a play for the high ground. It's going off that terrain, so it's actually a really weird one to play with, but they end up timing it just well enough that they secure the high ground. PETERBOT gets knocked there in the side, and it's up to Pollo once again. Pollo has just been playing absurdly well today. He has been clutching up. You know, if you counted him out before, usually it's PETERBOT we've talked about year in, year out, who puts on these solo performances. But now it's Pollo here today, who is just playing the best that we have ever seen. And it's only a Heats lobby.
Yeah, it's just going absolutely crazy. A teaser of what we could see, because over 200 points, Monster. Even in the highest heat, they surpass that, and he does it yet again, clearing the bottom half of the lobby. It's almost smooth sailing for Golden and Ozone up above, but now one's going to drop, looking to play Disruptor. But you have to be careful. We've seen Siphon play a huge role in players losing heal off throughout the weekend. They cannot make that mistake. Booga and Craze out of build, but Booga gets an elimination. Siphon Matt's keeping him alive. The Siphon as well, making sure the HP stays relatively healthy for this next play. The only solo in the game, and he makes a play onto Ozone and Golden. The full chop is in, but he finally goes down, but he dealt so much damage to this lobby.
That might have been what Golden needed right there. A little refresh to go in and keep him in the game. Cole tries to go up and make a big play, but it's not going to be enough. He gets knocked first. Madden doesn't have health. And Ozone and Golden secure the victory royale there, Jacob.
Yeah, it was looking scary for a moment with Booga going up, cracks the shields, almost drops Ozone down by himself, but he finally gets cleaned up. Golden and Ozone clutch up the game to advance to finals. Zeke, Kelly, Vivid, what do you think of that?
It just gets more chaotic every time, doesn't it, Jacob? Every single time, I feel like, oh, it's gonna be just a nice, chill, calm game. Nope. Every single time. Shout outs to Golden and Ozone there. They had hype. And you know, thanks to Booga playing spoiler, running around, suddenly
Oh my
the tempo
god!
gets shifted. And on the other side, Golden and Ozone, as long as they're like, hey, we got height, right, Kelly? We got height up here. We gonna walk away with a win.
I mean, if you're able to hold down height, especially once you hit zone 11 and no one else is really looking up at you, you're pretty much a shoe-in to either get a top 5, if not the victory royale. And it looked like
Oh my gosh,
Ozone and
PETERBOT is
Golden knew
contesting
exactly what
CLIX.
they needed to do in that situation. They saw just how chaotic the mid and low ground was. And so for them, it was all about just playing the high ground as standard as you can, Vivid.
Yeah, I mean, there was a couple of chops that came in, but they were able to sustain through them no problem. And Jacob kind of mentioned it, man. I was a little worried. Booga running around. It's like, man, if he only had like 10 more builds, how much more damage could he have dealt? But yeah, incredible run there for Golden and Ozone. Another one of those games where, yeah, I did mention that a couple of chops came in this later zone, right? Very, very late into the 11th zone and early in the 12th zone. But prior to that, it looks like they were kind of just chilling, right? Playing that spray roll where you're trying to relieve the lobby of all of the materials so that way you can go ahead and win some of these final engagements. But booking their ticket to finals from the high ground.
That's what I'm telling you. Kelly called it out. High ground. That's what we got to look, pay attention to, chop them out, or maybe we go up there ourselves. I don't know. Now, we do only have 2 games left to go. When we return after this short break, we'll take a look at the standings, set ourselves up for game number 4. So, we'll be right back.
Watch me
There's no way, bro. Peterbot's actually gonna contest clicks and grands. Crazy. Grands is about to be crazy, chat. We're doing a watch party. We're doing a big watch party, chat. That's making me realize, bro. NCS Grand Finals, it's gonna be crazy, chat. Like, actually, it's gonna be full on crazy.
Welcome back, Fortnite fam. 2 games left to go here in the Heat 3 of the FNCS. Let's get right into it. Let's take a look at them
Go, boys.
standings. Let's kind of see how things are going. If you're tuning in, well, we've got 2 more games to go. Before we wrap things up on the day, we want either a victory royale or to end the day in the top 10 in consistency, which basically is going to be looking at the top 15 on this leaderboard after all is said and done. Right now, though they've not gotten themselves a victory royale, though we've been in a situation where Pollo has been solo 3 games in a row,
Holy
Kelly,
chat.
they're still in
I
first
go back to
place
tournaments, bro.
by a lot.
I do want to remind
So I
everyone
found a good IGO and
that
go back to
yesterday
Fortnite.
during Heat 2, Curve and
Bro,
Menno
after
had the
football,
most
we're going back.
eliminations out of the North American Heats, and that was with 39 eliminations. So to see Peterbot and Pollo 3 out of 5 games played, barely about to hit that as well, shows just how aggressive, how insane this duo is. And you called it out, Zeke. Pollo has been a solo for majority of the 3 games, especially in the end games that we have seen. So for Pollo, you know, the player that PeterBot quote unquote carries all the time, to be the one carrying it in the heats, I just love to see it, Vivid.
Yeah, I mean, we can
Bro,
pretty
what
much
is
expect
happening?
this out of the duo. Just the eliminations being racked up right now, and yeah, you know, we're so used to seeing the Peterbot solo clutches. We're getting the opposite side of the coin today. Pollo is putting on an absolute show. I would not be surprised though if we saw some crazy Peterbot stuff go down in the next 2 games, and they got to be feeling pretty good already over on socials. I mean, we know what the thresholds have been kind of looking like. Jacob kind of called it out earlier, thinking heat number 1, we were around like 140. Heat number 2 was a little bit crazy, jumped up a little bit higher than that, but sitting at 214 points, they feel pretty comfortable that they are already qualified, because I see PETERBOT is already talking about where he is going to land in grands on social media. And I gotta tell you, it's a little spicy because it says wonky in grands, but that's a whole different story for next weekend. We got a bunch more teams that still have to clinch their ticket to grand finals today.
Okay, I like it. More on that next week. Why don't we focus in on CLIX and HEATS right now? You know, these guys currently in 3rd place, right, in terms of the consistency situation. And based off of those numbers that you said and Jacob called out, I feel like, you know, just a few more games should put them very comfortably in. But, you know, it's interesting. I feel like we've seen them in these kind of, sometimes they're on height and things are going really well. Sometimes we've got HEATS solo running around, you know. I wonder how much of their dynamic is being, like, influenced by PETERBOT and Pollo. Like, how much do you guys feel like, are they just doing their own thing? Are they kind of like in the back of their minds, like, is PETERBOT Pollo kind of close by? Are they like, is my PETERBOT tingle sensation happening? Like, what's going on? My PETERBOT senses.
Sure. No, it's the PETERBOT tingle sensation. That is what you've coined it as forever. For CLIX and HEATS, if you look back at how early those clips were, the EVS, they were around zone 9, zone 10, and they had only a handful of builds there. So I think there is definitely some issues going on with their early and mid game. Maybe it's even just the end game rotations where they're having to build a lot. We know that CLIX and HEATS love to run the low ground. They love to be at the front of low ground and kind of build out a lot of territory for themselves. So I think just having this lack of materials is kind of affecting them for that ultimate end game like win strategy. But I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing for them, Vivid.
Well, I mean, fine, Zeke. We'll go ahead and talk about it just a little bit more, okay? Just a little bit. You're kind of talking about, oh, you know, are they thinking about PETERBOT and Pollo? Well, they probably are thinking about PETERBOT and Pollo because they literally stole CLIX and HEATS' drop spot in that game, right? PETERBOT and Pollo, they landed wonky and forced CLIX and HEATS to kind of swerve off and land elsewhere. So not only are they thinking about them, they're literally being directly affected by them in the early game. But speaking about like the end game, no, I don't really think that they should be thinking about them because we kind of talked about it multiple times today. CLIX and HEATS looks like they want to be playing for the higher ground, but we haven't even seen PETERBOT and Pollo up on height today at all. They've been going for elimination. So CLIX and HEATS should be able to fulfill their game plan if they can get there in a stable enough position.
I don't know why you just invoked that. I don't know why you just invoked PETERBOT going crazy up on the high ground, but you know, I'm down. 2 games left to go. Let's see it. Another player going crazy. It's Bugha. It's crazy. Bugha has now been put in a few solo situations. And in that last game, solo clutches a 3rd place. Yo, I'm loving seeing Bugha back.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at his history right now, 10th, 18th, and 3rd out of 3 games that we have played, that just shows to me that he is making it into the end game, and then he's also making these little micro adjustments that we love to see from our top players, because in a HEATS competition, the meta definitely varies from what we're usually seeing in a set lobby. So for Bugha to be able to kind of see that, read that, and then be able to come out with a strategy onto how to utilize that, that just, I love to see that.
I gotta tell you, I was kind of expecting this duo to have a little bit more in the eliminations category. Every time we kind of tune into them, yeah, this kind of seemed like they are falling a little bit short in terms of being able to stay alive, healthy as a duo right now. So that does kind of hinder the ability to actually pick up those eliminations. But remember, we talked about it. We're supposed to have Bugha, the well-vetted, experienced IGL here, kind of leading Craze to those eliminations. I want to see Craze get a little bit more active, right? I want to see him box to box, wall to wall, finding those eliminations.
Okay, well, 2 games left to go. That's what we're hoping to see. That being said, MDF Jacob, over to you.
These are going to be 2, I feel like, of the greatest games we're going to see on the weekend so far. Everybody's still in the hunt to claim at least one of those consistency spots or one of those last 2 wins.
Man, the only team that's really safe right now is PETERBOT and Pollo. 214 points. They surely are in. So let's see what happens here. As game number 4 is ready.
as it stands right now, that point threshold is 103
hopefully my teammate just
points.
chills.
We talk and look back at Heats 1, Heats 2, and almost drastically different, almost a top 8 placing of different in terms of placings to get in that last spot. But as another team qualifies out, another spot has opened up. And it was an uncontested spot as well. It was the north side of Battlewood Boulevard that Golden and Ozone were landing at. So either Booga and Craze got a lot of loot to themselves, or they got some newcomers dropping nearby.
Yeah, I'm definitely thinking that, you know, because Preston was kind of in the vicinity, I mean, it might just be easier for those other teams there. But again, Booga and Craze have played relatively well, right? When they make it to that end game, I'm sure that third place finish right there is going to be another surge in confidence for them. Let's go ahead and just stick to the game plan and try to do that again.
Field fight. This fourth field fight has more impact than just the two actual teams landing there. As we know, Aiden, Waffle Joe, and another team towards the south eventually rotate up, and that's how they get their early game surge. Last game, this fight ended so quick, nobody was able to try to make that play, but Kid B, Tenya, they're going at it, but Tenya's gonna be the first one going down. Feo with the cross. So even though he landed relatively far away, he's still impacting the fight tenfold.
I was gonna say, and you saw Waffle Joe land a lot closer this time too. Like, they landed at the southern portion. They're probably trying to see if they can actually make a quick move here, but Tenya gets finished off there just the time. Proxy trying to break out the back. Kiffy though, just waiting. Nothing unfortunately evolves from that, and if they have learned anything, at least from game number 2, was that they gotta finish this fast. So this game's already starting to slip away from them.
Unfortunate for Foxy down below, because that team's up above and on the outside. He has very limited options. He tries to rotate out towards the north. He runs into Aiden and Waffle. A couple of shots are going to land from them. He tries to shockwave again, but that's when the elimination does get cleaned up. So Aiden and Waffle, realizing, hey, this fight might have stalled out this game, quickly rotates on over. Bobby is here, along with his duo, trying to third party as well. And this is what we've seen throughout the day overall on this side of the map. Teams just third partying and crashing to try to get surge or elimination points.
You see Mar and Bobby, because of those shots flew over Aiden's head, they were like, oh, wait a second, there's actually a team behind us. So they box up immediately, jumping in with Higgs and CLIX though, using the fist to actually break into the box there. It's kind of crazy, at least from the outside looking in, but here comes the upgrades. Yeah, at least gets himself a little shotgun, not the best, but it's something to work with. Here's a look from Higgs' perspective on how it all went down. He just keyed right in to the action here. Oh, he actually lands it and gets the knock. Wow.
You can see no shotgun in his inventory. So
Crazy. Great
heads up play right out of the gates. And, yo, Vivid kept his ear to the streets. He's the one that said, yo, without even winning a game, 214 points. PETERBOT Poyo say, yo, Wonky Land is now ours. And I thought, you know, I was hearing, hey, if you want some, come get some from CLIX and Higgs and Blood X. And PETERBOT Poyo, they say, hey, we want some, but there's nothing to get over here because they disengage, they switch drop spots, and already CLIX and Higgs getting aggressive. So they're using this time here with these last 2 games, or even third if you count the last game as well, to try to get as much practice in a finals lobby as possible.
Like what PETERBOT and Poyo do though, right? This is all mind games, really. It's just telling them, hey, even if you get to finals, think about this. You're taking your draw. All right, it's just one extra thing to have to worry about as far as prep goes, even leading into it. Can make all the difference. Go crazy the Battlewood though. We already knew they had to drop themselves. You can see other teams starting to encroach in on the territory, but again, plenty of space to play with. Even more space now to the north. After, of course, Ozone's team wins. Back on over to Aiden and Waffle Joe though. They end up disengaging, abandoning the fight after finding the proxy Elin, and then rotating into the contested side of Moxie's side. Look, there's other players here too.
Yeah, they're lurking on a team that's lurking on painted palms. Just gotta hope they don't get spotted out vibes. Cynics, they do have the high ground, so as long as they have a 360-degree view and a head on their shoulders, that will be all right. PETERBOT Poyo make their way on over towards Squiggly Shorts, probably thinking they were gonna find CLIX and Higgs, but they already made their way on out, so they're finding a whole nother team. That's Snappy on the other side, but he gets did up like a sit-up, put down, sent back to the lobby. His teammate, though, was able to disengage and get out, and there's a lot of space over on that side of the map because there is split drop for teams have to go ahead and use their route to get their loot, and Wonky Land uncontested.
This 1-for-1 exchange here. Real tries to hit the tag, doesn't quite find it, but into the box. Clean execution from Zero PC Earnings, trying to work his way towards the finals here. They're gonna need a win.
Yeah, it's a situation where you do need a win, like you said, but his fight's just like this. His teammate's down. He's in a 1v1 situation, and he's just full confidence. Even without an iron pump or a chaos reloader, full confidence to jump in the box and take the 50-50.
Just sent it. Gotta respect it. Thinking of Eve, great last game, right? Putting them in the race now. Into the top 10 they go. 110 points earned here. All off the performance of that last round. We're curious to see how Kingling and Aviv perform if they can make it to endgame. They seem to have what it takes, but it's getting there that's been difficult. If they can continue to adjust and break game strategies and play stronger and stronger.
Too easy.
Seek and Taki are doing the same exact thing. They've also been very much in the conversation on the high ground from time to time, coming super close to pulling out a victory so far here.
Playing pretty well so far. 22 points so far. You see that they're 7th so far on the leaderboard, and that's even more higher up because remember, those teams that do got the win, they get 1,000 points and automatically advance. So they're just one good game away, honestly, maybe even a top 10 away from punching their ticket into the grand finals. Others got much more to go, many more points to go ahead and grab. But honestly, 2 fifth places, even
What?
with a bunch of elims,
It
could
didn't hit a
possibly
single
qualify
shot,
you.
bro.
I'm not sure too many players are going to be up for that challenge, but Bobby does find his first elimination there, and it looks like they're looking to chase down Preston for the second.
Yeah, it seems like they're playing off the momentum right now. After finding those other early fights and eliminations, it's looking pretty good. Great side angle there from Mar. End up finishing that one up. T just listening to what's going on here with Turbulence.
Bro, they're so
They're slowly
close, bro.
walking up here, trying to see
It's
if they
always
can
because
play
he
for
doesn't do
alert
the
right
right
now.
stuff, bro.
Like the
He keeps
strategy,
selling.
like the play. Obviously, Bobby and crew are, they just have their guard down, right? Not sure if I like the 3-2-1 there. It wasn't exactly the opener they were looking for, and now they just give it up, so they're just kind of stuck here at this point.
Yeah, accidentally shooting on 2 different targets. Both of them did get damage. Just on 2 different players, unable to pinpoint the exact target. Possibly could have been a down if they chose wisely, but Turbulence Lucky are going to have to look for some HP. We only saw one of those 2 loadouts. We saw no bandages, no med kits, or pizza in that inventory. So if they're looking to stay alive, they need to be on the hunt for the bare minimum here. You see the zone this time around in the minimap moving on over towards the north side. Wonky Land even being a primary focus. You see Jack and Npen. 48 points so far, not where you would expect a team like this to be, especially with, you know, what's going on around Frigid Fortress, uncontested, nobody landing there, then triple contested. Open zone pulling their way this time. Even without a win, if they somehow land a top 5 with a couple of elims, they'll at least put themselves in contention for a consistency spot in Game 6 or 5.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you're 50 points in right now, you definitely have a chance for sure if you pop off. So I started looking over here. I was trying to piece together what all happened.
Any guesses? Full shield Koyo, any guesses?
I don't know. Maybe you try to do some fancy little bounce off here. Unfortunately, missed his drop. Probably landed just like this and then fell off. Let's see.
We get to see what actually happened. Okay.
Hey, PETERBOT, what's this?
See, at least they're human. At least they're human, because sometimes I feel like maybe they're just inside of the Matrix or something. They're a part of Fortnite, you know, but at least it goes to show that even they can make mistakes in certain moments.
Bro, what?
As you look at Seek's loadout here. You got Taki with the Chaos and the Thunderbirds, but then you got Seek with just an AR, no shotgun.
she's
They're
way
planning
better
on rotating in, grabbing
No, it's
high
not going
ground, and hopefully playing for damage in the distance.
These people better not be going RPOI.
Let's continue to look at a couple elims that are happening here. This is another storm fight for Taki and Seek. That's how it ends up playing out. And although we were criticizing the loadout, it looks like it's working because
No gun?
he find elimination. That's probably why he just decided to
The heck?
max out on the extra heals to go the distance and play the dead side. He might be feeling really confident about how much damage they've done.
Is there an Ishu rotating in.
Chat, we just killed PETERBOT right there.
This time around, all they have to do is just
That was
kind of
freaking
move north.
PETERBot. Bro, if I had a gun, bro, he
Get
would have been
Dark
out of the air.
Dominion uncontested.
Like, what was that?
They haven't had to move at all so far during this game. Maxed up on materials. They even have some extra heals down below before they start to make that rotation. And since they have this bird's eye view, they can start to gather that information and figure out how many teams are rotating by them, where those teams are rotating, so that way they can make their rotation accordingly. Because shockwaving off high ground right here, you can cover distance farther, but it comes with its own risk. Uh-oh.
Ah, that's what they were doing. Okay, okay.
He's spelling, is he spelling his name,
Yes.
Poyo?
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. I was curious. Now it's all starting to make sense. That's an A. Yeah, at this point, I actually don't know what he's spelling. I'm not sure. I want to know. It's just.
Oh, their initials. PETERBOT and Poyo. Their Ferris wheel. That's a lot of confidence, man. 217 points. They already qualled. So the only one using this wonky wheel is going to be PETERBOT and Poyo.
It's not even the last game. They're already loosening up here. Just making a statement. Again, mind games, like we talked about. It's all mind games at this point.
That's true. I always talk about how important it is having a strong mental game in these tournaments. Because whether if it's 5 games or 6
Bro,
or
chat,
even
we should've
12
won last
in
game,
the
bro.
grand finals,
The only problem was
you
that my
got to
teammate,
know
he
that
just like,
nothing is
I don't know if
going
he-
to go
I think he
perfect.
gets
There's
nervous
going
in
to be
in-games or
speed
something, bro.
bumps along the road in your journey, so you got to be able
I'm
to
selling.
bounce back.
He's sold
from that.
every in-game. I
And
don't know what that's
mental
about.
composure
I don't think he knows
is
how to rotate.
just as big as anything
In-games.
else. You don't want to have to shut down midway through the tournament. So going to be looking at that to see how teams perform at the start of some days and how they finished at the end of others. Is Chimp and Liam. They're one of the teams that I always talk about. You know, we talk about the Ferris wheel, we talk about the ribs, latte landing. I mentioned it, I believe, yesterday. I mentioned it again. It has one launch pad back here that they're using, and it's different than the majority of every other launch pad on the map because it takes you higher and it takes you further as a standard launch pad itself. Now, Monster, combine
the
that with a
freaking-
shockwave, combine that with a flowberry fizz, and that's what allowing Liam and Chimp here to rotate all the way in toward the zone. And we got a mountain one this time around. It strayed away from it in that last game. So for Liam, they're going to get priority position in this zone.
It's coming all back to this north side. These mountainous terrains
I walk
definitely
like an
get
NPC.
difficult. The 50-50's already playing this up, so whoever's here early surely is going to have the advantage. Paper and Resi playing a
Oh.
little bit more of a
Doesn't wanna hit
defensive,
half
kind of low position here. Not trying to risk too much on the high ground. They don't want to
Chat,
attract
bro,
too
if we
much
can have a
attention,
game
but
like last time, bro.
seems like they do have to
Bro,
pitch
we were
for some
absolutely
damage
popping
here.
off last game, bro.
And it's
Not gonna
inevitable.
lie.
There's going to be plenty more teams starting to come this way.
Bro, in-games are just so fun to be.
Paper and Resi. Paper's one of those players back-to-back with Victor V and then with Epic Well and Victor V. 2 different globals he was able to attend. See if he can make it a 3rd by qualifying for final, done to Summit Land, and eventually globals from there. PETERBOT and Poyo looking to put pressure on Chance and Tyler. They're already 400 above, and that one definitely turned sideways. PETERBOT takes a huge punch to the face, but Chance and Tyler both go down. It's Poyo again. I'm not sure we've ever really given MVPs for a day. I know we didn't yesterday or before, but Poyo has to be the MVP of the day.
He is. I'm telling you, we're watching him
what's
play
happening.
at
That
the
has
best
the all the way
he
over
really
there.
has. Like, truly, he's showcasing why he is who he is, you know, and why the region continues to give him his flowers, you know. It's not a game, you know. I know they're in here messing around, building and all that, having fun, but they're just showing you sometimes it really does look like they're miles ahead of the competition.
Is this
See moving
uncontested?
Praise right there on the line when it comes to zone, trying to put pressure onto Oliver and Carillion up above. They don't have far to rotate, but that high ground is a team that you aren't going to have to worry about. But they look down, they see PETERBOT and Poyo again. Much pressure coming out from this side of the map. The other teams rotating here, Mike and Logan trying to use the Fizz Shockwave to cover distance. Luckily for them, Oliver and Carillion were busy. They were distracted, so they weren't able to get any damage on them rotating through the sky.
I'm just looking at the situation at hand here. They are going to have to move here. See how it ends up kind of playing out for them here. Enpin actually gets, credit, possibly. For elimination there, too, while this is all happening. Oliver Ojito trying to open up some sight lines, but nothing just yet. Take a look at the wider image. You see Moxie still alive here in this endgame. Noah plays here to the left. Paper's team still in the running right now. Again, these are the big performances you will have to pull out if you want to get back into the race here for consistency. So Resi and Paper do have a chance. You know what's really cool about this endgame too, though, Jacob, is that if you play it right, the terrain is so crazy, you can actually win even if you don't, haven't been playing very well today. Like, this can really go any way, and sometimes RNG like this can be very favorable for you.
Yeah, I know Kelly, Vivid, Zeke, they were talking about it a little bit, about teams not necessarily looking up towards high ground in the fashion that I feel like all of us can agree we thought would happen. And so exactly what you're saying, this could be one of those zones to where a team near the bottom of the leaderboard, halfway up the leaderboard, can surprise, get high ground, and clutch out and steal a win away. But still, there's so much action going down when we get to the side of these mountains. King and Aviv continuing to find the groove. King with 5 eliminations so far in this game. And King, rightfully so, is getting his moments in the spotlight. He just needs to cap it off with a spot in finals.
It's kind of crazy to see PETERBOT and Boyo have tanked so much Storm, and they have the pizza, but they've gone through it all. And it did not pay off. Unfortunately, they couldn't get that follow-up refresh for elimination, but they still have a miss to play with here. Still being a little hesitant and, of course, relying on the siphon instead here. PETERBOT's going to be able to at least heal up off of that. He wants to push for the finish here. It's going to be on to Moxie.
Doesn't matter who it is that's in his path. He wants to get that elimination. Like you said, Moxie goes down. Wolf can be stuck by himself. There's just thunder bursting into the box, giving him really no time to react as a solo. Just infinite spray going in. See, it's going a little bit off of this mountain, away from it. More even terrain. I wouldn't say it's flat by any means. You see different mountains and different ranges there in the distance, but it's not as drastic as it was in the north side of that last zone.
I just realized too, PETERBOT's playing with the CLIX skin, just really putting the salt on the dish here. Booga in his icon fit, looking pretty solid. We've seen him compete in this one plenty of times, but get back to it. So PETERBOT, Boyo, after the refresh now, have some high ground positioning. PETERBOT from Paper and Resi here go from the mid layer of that mountain down to the low ground, almost forced here. 33 below now, so couldn't quite capitalize on the chaos of the teams rotating from the outskirts. They didn't do enough damage. They've done enough to kind of be there, but now they're forced to fight here in the ultimate low. And this just opens up everything for PETERBOT and Boyo. We were talking about this gift that the elevation of the Storm can play for you, right? The chaos. However, the experienced teams are also going to get gifted here because they'll play it best.
Yeah, they've already reconnected on multiple different surfaces, but can't expend too many matches. They're going to use the shockwave, try to get to the front, and immediately build back on up. Trying to be quick, fast, and in a hurry so nobody shockwaves and steals it away. King, Aviv, there in the front side of the zone. Paper trying to position the front side of the zone, and these are all threats to the high ground, whether they have intentions or not.
See it. 40 players now, so we're right at the cutoff here. We're back in the safe zone here. This is a big game for Paper. This is the type of fight that they need. No matter how many points Noah Blaze's team managed to earn so far as well. This might be also their first real endgame here. A lot of teams starting to show up now in the back 2 games.
There's a good chunk of teams still here in this competition that can still get in through consistency. It might not necessarily be a top 20 in terms of points that they need here, maybe a top 8 or a top 5, but they still have a chance to not have to go into game 6 needing a win. Oliver and Carillion are one of those teams, but they haven't picked up elimination. That's where they have to start to pick up the pace. It's not just placing high in these games alone. They need to combine it with those eliminations, which is 3 points per. But they get to the front side of the zone, they realize opportunities will naturally come as the game progresses. But Booga and Craze, they're quickly running out of mats, so they're now trying to be proactive and pick up elimination. Good amount of damage as teams rotating by, but nothing to get the actual elim to get them the mats. But while all that's going down, PETERBOT and Boyo have finally been contested and taken out.
I was curious. I was just about to say that PETERBOT and Boyo might actually, in the end, concede the win in general, but I'm not sure they wanted to go out that soon and in that fashion.
Get on my lobby, bro.
Just pops up out of nowhere, makes it happen. Booga falls as well, and all of a sudden now, we don't know who's going to take this game right here. This can go anyway.
Yeah, Power Penta though, they're in the driver's seat right now on the high ground. Nobody's really having a chance to look up. You see Aviv and King, one of those teams that might, but they're just going through so much chaos down low on the low ground. Going for more elims here, picking up the siphon mats. Aviv realizing, hey, I'm running out. The bare minimum is all I really have left. Noah Plays has some, but does not have his teammate. Carbone is going to go down, leaving Noah Plays no choice but to start his heal off early and hope to get a couple more placement points.
Plays playing for that heal off. Top 10 now, so it is working. The placement points are starting to come through. Flex and Light. Flex barely holding on there. Oliver OG's in this end game as well. He's managed to go the distance with Carillion here, and they're at 80 points now, Jacob. Okay, so things are starting to get closer and closer now. The teams that needed to jump up and get into the top 8 are starting to do it. The teams that needed to break away and give themselves the cushion, the distance to be there are doing it as well. Aviv and King are two of those teams. Penta's team's another one. And Noah Plays is actually turning online here
too.
too.
I just found out,
he
like,
finds his
today
first
while I was
healing
streaming,
in this end game.
it's only in Save the World, bro. It's not an actual skin, bro. I literally got scammed too.
Wasn't really able to pick up all the materials, so he's only
Literally
down to
only in
7.
Save the World,
Somebody
bro.
else
We got
watching him on
scammed.
the other side. King in a similar solo situation, but he's fresh out of build. No choice but to look back, and he gets at least one. The mats is what's most important because he's able to push himself going forward. 2 duos left in this game. 2 solos left in this game, and one of the duos is Oliver OG here, making a chop and a play for the high ground. He reconnects and solidifies it, but he lost Carillion along the way.
With one mat as well. Talk about having heart, talk about having confidence, but look at King. King's at 11 eliminations. He has been playing so well right now, but Oliver had too much time to heal. He's 200 HP. No mats though, and that's the difference for a pro here. Anything can go down in this toe-to-toe.
The way King has been playing, this is going to be a hard one to beat already with 11 eliminations. Oliver just trying to go ahead and create distance. He has a little bit of HP left. He's hoping and praying the Chug Jug is going to be enough, but Kingaling has so much time left on the zone. That was a mistake by Oliver OG. That King is going to capitalize on him, smiling ear to ear because he had just punched his ticket to the FNCS Grand Finals.
He did it in great fashion as well. 12 eliminations alongside Aviv. Lost Aviv in the top 10 and still managed to play that so well. I know Oliver's thinking to himself, why did I go back so soon? He would have been better, of course, taking the full-on fight.
This is our win.
In the end, game 4 is now wrapped, Zeke.
Yo, I mean, you know what? We called him the big cheese of even the start of this show, and you know, these guys are losing their minds. A solo clutch, 12 elims from Kingling? What the heck is happening, Kelly?
Absolutely insane. We talked about it at the start of the show, these kind of veteran players finding these young bloods, these, fragging prowesses, and Kingaling and Aviv picked the perfect duo mate in him. Honestly, there was a moment there where Oliver OG went for high ground, lost Carillion, and that was just the opportunity for Kingaling. He sees someone that was sticking to the low ground go for high ground. He probably realizes they don't have that many mats, and this is his opportunity to go on the aggressive.
Yeah, Kingaling known for being that creative warrior, being very, very mechanical. So, like Kelly was mentioning, as soon as that 1v1 came around and I saw that Kingaling still had a couple of builds to work with, I didn't want to count Oliver out, but I was like, man, I feel like this one's going to be a little one-sided. And sure enough, it was. Kingaling just, placing all of the builds, making sure all of the control was his, and ends up cleaning it up very, very nicely. A 12 elimination game from King as an individual. This is not a team total. This is an individual count. I can almost guarantee you we're going to see some of these highlights from this game in a video somewhere.
I know that we were looking at Veno's eliminations for how, the most eliminations we had from a single player, but as far as a single player in a single game goes, Kingaling might take the cake for NAC.
Oh my gosh, man. That's the trick, right, Kelly? You just change, whatever your name is, just change it to King, and you'll just become royalty. That's what I'm taking away from this. So you guys can now call me Zeke King. That's right. That's right. With that being said, though, we are going to go to a short break. When we come back, game number 5. One last opportunity to get a victory royale or to end the day in the top 10. Don't go anywhere. You won't want to miss this final game.
Come on, man. Is he recording? Nah. 2v2, baby. Yo, I'm lagging so bad. What? 1v2. Go, chat. We can go, chat, bro. So easy, bro. My gosh. What's up, Matthew Gaming? Second. Oh my gosh. We are crazy, man. Look at our match history, bro. Second, first, 17th, bro. That was our dead game right there.
Stress. It's what I feel right now, getting ready for the last game out of heat number 3. We need a victory royale or to end in the top 10 if we want to keep the FNCS dream alive, which means not taking it to the LCQ. We don't want to go there. Very difficult there. We need to qualify right here, right now. Let's take a look at the standings, okay? With only a single game left to go, we got to start kind of setting the stage of what could happen, who's on the edge of qualing. Like, there's so much to talk about. Obviously, PETERBOT and Poyo. We'll start at the top real fast. This last game, you know, Kelly, Vivid, I think this is the first time officially we've ever seen a duo claim a drop spot live on broadcast.
Yeah, that is quite possible with Poyo and PETERBOT changing up their drop spots in the middle of heats. I don't know if anyone could have expected it, but also Heat 3 has been a little bit of an uninspected ride. So Poyo and PETERBOT kind of just playing things as they see them. But as far as grand finals go, you know, they're currently in our first place spot for consistency, but with 243 points, Vivid, I just don't know if it's enough.
I mean, yeah. Who knows, right? Nah, they're definitely chilling. 37 eliminations on the day as well. Watching some of that back, by the way, I couldn't believe I was kind of watching it, right? Kelly called me off guard, throwing it to me right there. So I was watching, I was like, oh my gosh, yeah, how did PETERBOT and Poyo go down? And it happened fast, man. The high ground take from Power and Penta there that game was honestly incredible stuff from them, and no surprise to see how good they are. Be able to take down PETERBOT and Poyo to find them in that second place spot on the consistency leaderboard as well. So, you know, great stuff from them to go ahead and take that game.
I love it. I love it. Let's take a look at page 2. Okay, let's flip on over. So
my
top
teammate, bro.
15, basically after this last game is where we need to be if we want to be in that top 10 of consistency. Right now, Dolzer, Ishu, right there on the very bleeding edge of qualing, right? We talked about them at the start of this show, but you know, Kelly, they're only 5 points ahead. That's really not enough. And with that second place out of Oliver OG, they also jump up 10 places.
No.
Like, Kelly, this is gonna come down to the wire.
I mean, obviously, a lot of us looking towards Oliver OG, one of the OGs for Fortnite, but also looking at a lot of our other names there. There's still people jumping up so many placements in our leaderboard. This is definitely still not it. And when it comes down to heats, you could literally be in last place, but if you are able to walk away with the victory royale, that is all you need. And it is possibly Oliver OG's story that he is going to be wrapping up for game number 5. They had such a good game number 4, playing that high ground really well, but when you run out of mats, when you don't have much else going for you, honestly, there's only so much you can do besides run away, try and go for the heal off, and then realize, oh wait, I don't have what I need for the heal off, let me go back.
I gotta tell you, I don't want to speak this into fruition, but man, it's gonna hurt if Oliver OG and Brilliant do not qualify, and that's how close they were. Right, it came down to a 1v1 because right now they are sitting outside of that threshold.
No, we're
16th
not
place right now,
67th, bro.
106 points. To kind of speak on the history of how the heats have gone this weekend, in heat number 1, we were sitting at 145 points to qualify to grands through consistency, and then in heat number 2 it was 174. I don't think we're gonna get up to the 170s today, but it does look like it. Wouldn't be surprised if it was around that 145 mark again, which if you take a look at some of our teams, right, we've got Booga up there in 12th place, is pretty close to 145, and who knows if it's exactly going to be that, but still a little bit below that. Man, I still am kind of waiting for that pop-off game from this duo. I did request, I was like, hey, you know, I want Grays to get a little bit more into the action. Again, this game right here, they ended this one with just 2 eliminations. I'm still looking for that big pop-off game. They've got one more opportunity to do it. Hopefully they at least get into the end game, because a solid game getting there would probably qualify.
I mean, obviously, there's only so much that we can watch in the early games right here, but you do have to wonder if just these early games aren't working out for Booga and Craze. To go to Zone 8 with just 10 builds is definitely not the position you want to be in. I'm wondering if it's just bad rotations or whatever, but regardless, yes, they're close to that precipice of not qualifying, but it's Booga and Craze. If anyone's going to be able to lock in the final game, Zeke, it's got to be Booga.
That's right. This is it. The final game out of Heat 3. If you're a duo and you're not inside that top 10, don't give up. Fight till the very end. This could still go any which way. Fortnite fam, for the last time today, lock in. This game number 5 starts now.
He said it himself. Game number 5 is here, and the most important game of the day. 4 teams already snatched their ticket to the finals by winning these games, and right now is the last chance. Everybody is on equal footing here.
Yeah, you know, it's been quite the crazy tournament day, if we do say so
Thank
ourselves.
goodness,
First off,
bro.
it started with jamming all this competition into the week, and now here we're at the final stretch to pick our last teams, Jacob, that are going to qualify.
Yeah, and it's going to be close. It was like 10 points in yesterday's heat separating who went to the grand finals and who has to try again in the LCQ. Heat 1 was a little bit closer, and I'm just kind of hoping this one goes down to the wire. We've seen teams inside of the bubble and outside of the bubble lay it all on the line to get to the grand finals. It's the final countdown, last game of the day. Monster, let's jump right into it.
Heat 3, Game 5, the last of the evening is now before us. Obviously, we've seen so much develop, especially in the last 5 rounds of Fortnite. However, this game's going to be the most important. We saw that just in 2 games, you had been basically able to put yourself in the running, right? Setting yourself up here for the Game 5 finale stretch. Oliver OG, though, is one of those teams, Jacob, right? We want to see him do well, and they're just right there.
Yeah, so close by, and again, CLIX and HEATS, and this is something Zeke said himself. For one of the first times ever, we've seen a team not only switch drop spots, but claim a brand new drop spot and literally write their name on it. CLIX and HEATS went from Wonky Land to Squibbly Shores to basically a split drop in the middle of nowhere. They're inside of the bubble as of now, Monster, but it's so close. So much field attention. Tenya, Proxy, 4 fields. The battle that's been going down all day long. Proxy and Tenya are going to get that early lead, and with this being their last chance to win the game, it's all on Kiffy's shoulders for him and his duo to have any bit of a chance.
This is crazy close, but I'm thinking about, I just want to bring that conversation back to CLIX and HEATS for a second. They are you know, playing well outside their comfort zone right now, really having to mix it up, and it just shows you how much pressure they have on their shoulders to just secure a couple more points, right? To make sure they actually get their grand final spot, because it's not free. It's not free for anyone just yet. That's how close it is on the standings here. Even for Bugha, we're still having to perform here. Just a couple more points, but again, we've seen how difficult these mid games can be.
Especially with how many lurks just like this that we're seeing all over the map, just trying to sneak up on players just like that. Turbulence did not see it coming. Zusto slams him right back to the lobby. Luckily for them, though, his duo was a little bit separated from where he's actually at. You see him in the mini-map there. Even though he is close by, they don't know where he's actually at. So it does look like Lucky T down below has no choice but to sit and wait, and hopefully that team rotates out instead of camping the card.
Yeah, look at this, though. Most important fight for Oliver OG right now. And, of course, the team that's been contesting them here at the north side. They've managed to win it consistently time and time again, but it just makes you wonder, is it finally the opponents' time? First shot's going to go to the losing side for Oliver OG. Carillion, though, just there to back him up and go ahead and take out the trades. Oliver heals, but no, he gets headed out from below. So this is really bad for Carillion. Forced to concede the box there, and now he's starting to run out of mats.
And it's happening so early on in this game. They don't really have a ton of resources. Not only you talk about mats, but heals as well.
Let's go.
Oliver G is still approaching the fight with aggression. Tries to go ahead and get him down. Missed a couple of shots. That one was definitely scary. Missed that one on trying to get the actual elimination for the Siphon. Luckily for him, Carillion scoops up that second elimination, giving them a chance. And they performed so well in that last game. They don't even necessarily need the win here. They just need enough points.
Yeah, that was crazy. 2 elims right there, but the 50-50 from Oliver's side. Not sure how I feel about that one. Take a look at Tyler's 2-piece pickup right here. He drop kicks Max in the box, then finds Preston with no HP on the other side here. So finishes that one up. And just like that, they are in the race to the finish line. 87 points earned. Big damage as well to survive what could be the first Swords Morning in a couple moments. For Bobby, for Mar, you know, we've seen some early game success out of this team, but nothing after that. So Penta Power, this is a team that has nothing to lose. They've done it all. They've done what they need to. That last game was honestly the best they could have asked for.
And I can honestly respect for Bobby and his duo just trying to contest a better drop, because they're actually marked in the beginning of this tournament that we're landing south of Sandy Strip, but that was also contested. So if you're gonna fight for a drop, I always think might as well get something for it, but just interesting decision to choose the drop to go against Power and Penta, who will all but have their spot secured here in the FNCS Grand Finals, almost playing with nothing to lose. So it's a different type of pressure versus Bobby and his duo are facing right now. You can see they're not necessarily going straight in for the 50-50. They realize if they're going to have any shot at winning the game, it's not going to be off the back of taking down Power and Penta. It's going to be off consistent, good plays throughout the course of the game.
Funny things happen here. PETERBOT, Boyo with some early rotates, looking like they're trying to hunt for someone right now.
Like he went towards Scribbly, hoping to find CLIX and HEATS yet again. Runs into Noxie and Mason. It's really just unfortunate for Noxie and Mason here. They weren't even the intended targets, but they get taken down, separated from one another. Mason's gonna have to sit back, watch Noxie, and hopefully he survives this. But you gotta be careful, because MikeBot by himself hiding inside of Squibbly Shores, and all he needs is one good pump.
No.
But no, the
I was
same
afraid.
feeling.
I was afraid, Jacob, this was gonna happen. Madden and Cole rotate in. You know, it's just a matter of time before those other teams start to do something different, and they know you're contested, right? So you almost can't do the same thing you've done game after game. You have to mix it up. That's why like CLIX and HEATS were smart enough to know, like, all right, yeah, we have some pressure on our back. Let's do something a little different.
Bro, what is my teammate doing?
And unfortunately, Oliver OG just, it's almost like he played into the book, you know?
Oh, my teammate just needs a hold.
Oh, they heard the reboot. Mike was waiting there for so long. Hopefully the push went on to someone else, but they disengaged off one fight. Fights for the other. Mike, just like Logan, is hitting haymakers, making Poyo almost second-guess that decision. But, you know, they love aggression. They love to fight. And so they're going to continue the persistent pressure on the Mike. They got to be careful for any third parties venturing in their way. But for now, it does look clear as day. Mike continues to try to back up, runs into Poyo a second time, but does not find the same luck.
He hits him hard though. He almost finished him, but PETERBOT wasn't there to back him up. That was kind of crazy. So Pollo forced there to really dig into his heels now twice back to back. Meanwhile, CLIX and HEATS went from the split drop into the Dark Dominion to go ahead and max out their metal materials. I like this. Definitely like this strategy a lot here. Dark Dominion is one of the very interesting drops that kind of allows you to just do something super off the wall like that, but still know like, hey, it's all good. Like we can get that max material.
A lot of teams that do like to rotate towards Dark Dominion, but Liam and Chimp clean up another elimination. They're on the heels of CLIX and HEATS as well in terms of points. Both of them inside of the bubble. PETERBOT and Pollo journey continues, but Pollo goes down yet again. This is time for PETERBOT to save the day, return the favor for some of the earlier games and performances that Pollo was having. They're already at 6 eliminations here. This is from here, absolute craziness.
From here on out, any team PETERBOT and Pollo pushes, I need to watch the opposite perspective. I need to know what it means for the team on the other side because they are playing with a mission right now. And they have eliminated 3 teams so far. And quite frankly, I can't even tell you if any of those teams were about to qual, but it's over now because PETERBOT and Pollo are hunting this last game.
Yeah, just literally ending and crushing dreams as it goes on.
Insane.
Jack and NPen as well, though. They got a much harder journey, but 95 points.
Bro, my hands are so
I want to say Vivid mentioned about 145, between 170, but it might be on the lower end. About 50 points, so I'm just theory crafting that. So they need close to a win, but depending on how other teams perform, they might be able to get into the second place.
Oh my gosh.
Oh no, they're getting closer and closer. HEATS, CLIX on the move here. Even they know they probably shouldn't stay still for too long. CLIX goes into the bush. PETERBOT checks the bush blindly. CLIX in a panic puts the build down. PETERBOT just had a feeling, and I think now he knows here what is about to play out. Obviously, you get that information from the client, so surely he knows what the pits are looking like. So here we have it. We're gonna get a nice little clash here. CLIX has to win this fight. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
Yeah, and I see him immediately turn around, trying to put the pressure back onto PETERBOT because he had a good advantage over HEATS at the moment. But now they're both just beaming up, and the third parties are now affecting this fight as well. So it's not going to be a clean 2v2.
Do you have like one of those phone pouches in the shower room? I should invest in one of those. Not gonna lie. I actually want one. Like a phone shower pouch, bro, so I can watch CLIX in the shower. That'd be fun.
He's not only taking his drops, he's taking his confidence away by continuously putting down that pressure.
Oh my gosh, CLIX didn't qual grand. CLIX didn't qual grand finals.
That needs most of that pressure being put off of him, but he's going to be the one that does go down. Ooh. But HEATS does a good job of trading it away. 1v1, but HEATS goes down. Pollo wins the fight. CLIX and HEATS have just been eliminated in game 5.
CLIX and HEATS are not making it to grand finals, bro. Oh my gosh.
It's very good. Beats PETERBOT in the exchange, and then that just happens in the end. Here comes PETERBOT. Amazing what happens. He's trying to get a piece of the action here. Might as well frame camera in the action. PETERBOT and Pollo, they have done what they came here to do.
For CLIX and HEATS, they're going to be looking at the 149
Bro, no mats.
almost needing a win here in order to get in the FNCS Grand Finals. The last spot claimed through a victory royale. And that's going to be a huge confidence boost taking down PETERBOT just like that. But it doesn't look like it's over just yet. Pollo still going on the offensive. You can see he has over the amount of gold needed to purchase the reboot back, but it might be he wants to go for the actual card. So that way he has enough gold to visit the vending machine.
Chat, CLIX didn't qualify.
Meanwhile, Power
CLIX didn't qualify, chat.
Fired up for good reason. They find Bobby here, who's just outside the palms. That team gets fully wiped up right there. So 149 points ends up being how far CLIX and HEATS have made it. The real question is it going to be enough?
Did my teammate crash?
Saw the teams, about 3 teams in the 111-point range mark. It will require all 3 of those guys to basically make an end game if they really want to get pushed out easily. More important, the best thing that can happen, I guess, is someone up at the top takes a win.
Yeah, and already we're seeing teams like, Power and Penta get eliminations. We saw Cole and Madden get eliminations. Even Peterbot and Poyo, we saw those eliminations. And that is essentially stealing points away from everybody else at the bottom side of the leaderboard. So in essence, it might make the gap smaller than some might think, but it's still anybody's game. Poyo returns back on over towards Squibbly Shores. He knows there's not going to be too much contention here. They already cleaned it out most of the way. So he's going to get Peterbot back on into the game. They already have 8 eliminations, 2 more than the last time we saw him. So I don't
My
think
gosh.
they're done just
No
yet.
way.
Yeah, I was
There's
just
no
thinking
way
the same
CLIX
thing.
isn't
Well, they already
clawing, bro.
cleared that entire area. Like, there's plenty for them to come back and work with here. Boyo, of course, recognizing that.
There's no way CLIX isn't qualling, chat, bro. Chat, CLIX didn't even qual. Chat, I can't believe CLIX and HEATS are probably not gonna qual. Take me to paradise. Built two, by the way, right there, and I only wasted one. Wait there. Oh, we're halfway there. Oh.
Puga's got one job, and that's one more team in order to push CLIX and Higgs down another position on the consistency board. Meanwhile, Dozier and Eshu are getting closer and closer. Making leads. 24 right now.
Nice. Yeah, this is good. Right now, he's been clutching up since about 100. $200. Bro, what is my teammate doing? What is my teammate doing, bro?
To the win for this low ground team. However, a couple elims, if they can absorb all these points,
What is my teammate doing?
qualification points alone.
Big right now for Rezi. He's really putting Paper on his back right now, and you can see why Paper put the trust in him to be his duo. But he gets flanked, but he fires a massive shot. Carlitos feels the pain here, and now Yuki's
CLIX isn't qualling.
Rezi's not ready to give up.
CLIX isn't qualling.
Needs the Cypher, needs the materials, but his superstar show comes to an end. Yuki's now finding himself trying to shockwave up.
CLIX called. CLIX called.
Zypta and Slam. He's the only
CLIX
solo
called.
in this world full of duos.
Wait.
Perfect for Zypta and Slam right now. The fact that
3,
Colin,
4,
you
5.
know,
CLIX called.
his
CLIX
teammates on
called.
the high ground are actually so low on HP. Look at this. Madden, they barely have anything to work with, just a couple mats, but Cole's got nothing here. This can come down to the disruptor. The low ground team starts to look up, and then the shots go back and forth. It is not looking good at all here, Jacob.
Yeah, Slam and Zypta, they need this win in order to qualify. We saw the point gap get spread so far here, but he gets a big elim on the one. Back-to-back shots by Slam and Zypta. 12 eliminations and a spot in Grand Finals. Game 6 for them. Couldn't have gone any better.
And that's the worst case scenario for a team that didn't have enough points to take the win. It's great for them.
CLIX barely qualled.
Zypta and
CLIX
Slam,
barely qualled, chat.
you have done it, and that's gonna wrap up game number 5.
Oh man! First off, Jacob, MDF, fantastic cast again. Thank you guys so much for that. MDF called it out. The fact that this team wasn't in the top 10 and got a VR, great for them. Shout out to you. We'll see you guys in the next finals. Really for the lobby when you're set and just I do want to give these guys their flowers. You know, finding yourself in a situation. This is why I said right before this, don't give up. Right, it can come down to this final game. Fortnite does this all the time. Grand finals, games 12, right? Things like this. You wait out until those final moments, and now Zypta and Slam going to finals because they continue to believe they can continue to push and got themselves that victory royale, Kelly.
I mean, so Zik and Slam, who we actually have known as Babcock in previous competition, I've seen them play in Heats, I've seen them play in the qualifiers that Vivid loves to bring it up. I'm going to be stealing this spotlight from him. They have yet to compete in the grand final together, so to see them be in the final game of the final heat and claim that victory royale, that is what is
We're talking about how much they needed that game. 7 points coming into this last.
Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! We run this place, bro. We run this POI. It's ours.
We knew going into that game, 149 points. We were comfortably in the top 5. You know, quote unquote. Pretty early. You know what? It's
Let's go, bro. We run this place.
I don't want to spoil anything just yet, but for recent like Toyo and PETERBOT kind of have this storyline play out before really even the grand finals.
Me to your paradise. Get out of my lobby. Holy. I'm crazy for some reason. Back in my prime.
Oh my gosh, man. To think the very next step is the last chance qualifier. Still some names are gonna have to sit there and
I'll pre bro.
and only there's only a handful of spots, you know? I mean, look, 26th place, right? Noah W plays. Oliver OG in 22nd. We saw him make some a great play there and come out in 6th place. But, you know, the competition was fierce. And I'm almost kind of like starting to look ahead. Obviously, like with the heats being somewhat chaotic, everyone's kind of split into their own heats. Now we're coming into one heat, right? From all of these teams. Now we're kind of
What's up, Frat Man?
hey, you know, everyone in the lobby, you guys have your drop spot right. You're gonna be here.
How
we're
we
gonna be
doing?
here. Now we have to start kind of forming plans. It's gonna be very different next weekend and the next 2 days. Crazy.
Chat, bro. Did y'all see CLIX barely qualled? It's crazy.
Grand finals, the quick pick. We were in for one half of a couple of weeks of Fortnite, and it's looking like we're gonna get just that. NACZ, it always delivers.
Oh man, I am so excited! A fantastic weekend of Fortnite has been called out. We will be here for the last chance qualifier on Tuesday, as will EU. So if you had questions, we're telling you right now, we'll be here. Make sure you tune in. We'll get crazy and wicked over there as well. As we start to wrap up, just want to say a massive shout out again, MDF and Jacob. These two phenomenal friends right here. Obviously our friends over in EU. 3 days of Fortnite. Now we look
Chat, CLIX is streaming grand finals. Bro, 46 HP. Yo, chat, bro, that was actually crazy, crazy hits. That was crazy. Take me to your paradise. Dun, dun. How did he get down there? Yo. What the? Bro, where did I get this? I was not paying attention. How did I get this? The heck? Bro, I need to start paying attention, bro. 200. Let's go! One more game, chat. What's our reward? It's like a reward. Chat, this is our game. We're literally going to hopefully do good in this one. We just won our last one. I don't know where we want to land. I don't even know where we're gonna land. We're top 30 right now. Chat, y'all want to queue up some games with PETERBOT? What the? Yo. Oh, I'm so confused. Holy. Chat, I like how I can still get some mats from this for some reason. Yeah, if PETERBOT's still doing off spawns after this game, let's join some PETERBOT off spawns. Yamzo won game 1, by the way, chat. $200. That was, bro. Not gonna lie, tournaments are so fun, and ranked cups, like, ranked cups are so fun, bro. Go. Chat, like, bro, this tournament's been going so well. Come on, come on. 1v1. Let's go! Let's go! Let's go, bro! Back to back, boys. Back to back. Oh my gosh. We're crazy. We're absolutely crazy. Chat, we just ended off the day with basically a top 30 placement, bro. Like, chat, bro, I wasn't even planning on doing that, chat. Chat, I wasn't even planning on that. Literally wasn't even. Oh my gosh, I was like, how'd we drop down so? Oh crap, we are all the way down there. Holy, we dropped down quick. 3 wins. It's tough. Average place. Oh, 15.7. Holy, we're buns. But our last 1, 2, 3, 4 games were 5 games were buns. Yo, I thought we won this one. Bro, I'm on something. I'm literally on something, bro. What? Yeah, we did win this one. 11 games. They just didn't. What? 10 games? I'm so confused. What? Oh, there we go. I was so confused. There we go. This one we got 16 kills. Dang. That was our best game yet. I was fragging out in in-game, bro. Absolute fragger, bro. Just sold on that last kill. Holy. Alright, chat. I hope y'all have a good day. We just placed top 30 in a tournament with a random field teammate. 3 wins, by the way. 16 kill win last game. Absolutely crazy, chat. CLIX barely qualled. And see y'all